Why learn Power BI for finance? In my experience of conducting more than 250 trainings for the Big Four, with investment banking firms, with financial technology firms, Excel has been the bread and butter for many, many years. And while Excel will continue to be there, Power BI is emerging as an excellent complement to the work that happens in Excel. From a report development process, you will notice that the initial part of doing the ETL remains the same. So once we get our data from on-premise or from online, we use Power Query to shape it, and then we use data model to be able to combine multiple data sets together. On Power Query, we're using the M language, which will be covered in this course. And for the data model, we are using the DAX engine. Now, this is 80% of your time of the development process. And Power Query and data model are common between Excel and Power BI. The difference comes in that final 20%, which is where we see that Power BI is excellent at creating dynamic reports and dashboards, which traditionally used to happen on Excel. In addition to this, Power BI also has many other components such as Power Apps. It has components like Power Automate, which allow you to have a full stack and not just look at the visualization and the dashboarding, but an entire suite of business intelligence offering. So remember, the backend development environment remains the same because Power Query and Power Pivot are available on both Power BI and on Excel. So essentially what you will be learning, a lot of it can be translated to Excel as well, except the visualization part. Now, in terms of which one is better and which one suits your needs better, that is a little bit of homework that all of you will have to do. Probably go to a few recruitment websites like Monster and Naukri and get a sense of what type of roles are emerging, what type of skills are organizations looking at, and that is what you should be prioritizing. I have already given you the comparison of Excel and Power BI here, and you can have a look at that. So to sell yourself on the idea of why Power BI is important and to be able to actively work on it and be applied for the right jobs, it's very important to know what limitations Excel has and how Power BI is going to solve them. Also keep in mind that there is a lot of integration between Excel and Power BI. So after creating a Power BI report, you can essentially come back to Excel and be able to create a pivot table from it. We will be touching upon all these topics later. Let us look at our data set. You will find this data set in the resources folder. It's called 400K. It is a CSV file with 1.7 lakh values in it. And this is the data set that I have taken from Kaggle. Since we will be spending a lot of time on this, I think it is a good idea to go through each of the columns and get a sense of the data that we are working with. So we have our identifier, nothing important there. We have the company. We have 5 sectors with us. That would be auto, bank, retail, tech, and FMCG. We have the horizon in days, which ranges from 1 all the way up till 720 days. We have the amount ranging from 50 to 50,000. The date buy fix for 13, 14, 15. The date sell fix for 13 all the way up till 2017. We have the price buy, the price sell, the volatility buy, the volatility sell, the Sharpe ratio, the expected yearly return, inflation, nominal return, 2 types of investment. We have bad and good. We have the ESG ranking, the PE ratio, EPS ratio, PS ratio, PB ratio, net profit margin, current ratio, ROA, and the ROE. It's a very clean data set, which means that we don't have any null rows, we don't have any data type mismatches. You don't have to go through the data and see if the data is clean or not. In a later module, we will also see how Power Query can help us handle unclean data. And if we want to combine multiple files together, how we do that. But we are going to start with visualizations. And from the point of view of visualizations, this data set is absolutely clean. So the challenge here is not to clean the data, but to create some dynamic dashboards on it. Excellent. Now that we have understood the data that we are working with, let us go to Power BI and connect to our data set. Since we're working with a CSV file, we will have to click on Get Data and then select Text / CSV. For me, my file is on my desktop in the Power BI Finance folder, 400K. When you connect to the dataset, you have this window that opens up. We are not really expected to do anything here, but if you're working with different types of CSV files, this would automatically detect which type of format you're working with. But we don't necessarily need to do anything here. There are two options that have been given to you. One is load and the other is transform. Transform allows us to take the data to Power Query in case we want to do some data transformation on it. But in this case, we don't want that, since we have confidence that our data is already very clean. We can directly click on load. Once you have loaded the dataset, on the right side in the fields pane, you can see a list of all the columns that we have got from the data. You can also see the data type that has been given here. So most of these are numbers that has the sigma symbol on it. A few of these are dates, and investment, for example, is a text value, which is good and bad. In the next lecture, we will create our first visualization. Before we create the visualization, there is something that we need to do. We call this the date table. Now, I will be covering date table in much more detail a little later when we cover DAX. But for now, we will just simply create the most rudimentary date table that we need, which will allow us to create the visualizations that we want. Now, before we create one, let's understand why we need to create one in the first place. So if we Google date table in Power BI, one of the first few links that will open up is from the official Microsoft documentation. And you can see here that they have explained in a lot of detail what is the date table and why you need to create it. Now, is this really important? It is extremely important, because if you look at the Google search, you will see that there are lots of videos and instructions and articles on how to create a date table in Power BI. So you have examples on simple date tables and examples on advanced ultimate date tables. So clearly it's one of the first things, the first tasks that you have to do in Power BI before you start to work. If I can highlight your attention to these points, these are certain requirements that have to be met when we create a date table. First, it must have a column of date type either date or date time. It must contain unique values, so a date should not be repeated. It must not contain any blank values, so that means there are no null values in that column. It must not have any missing dates. So even if a transaction has not happened on a certain date, let us say like a public holiday, the date table still has to be chronological. That means that there cannot be any missing dates in the date column. And finally, it must span full years. That means that it has to be either April to March or Jan to December or July to June. So even if your transactions are starting in, let us say, February and ending in December, the date table will still start in January and end on December. This last point, which is that it must be marked as a date table, you can ignore that for now. Once again, to drive the point home, is it important to create a date table? It is a prerequisite. It is mandatory. If you want to work with data analysis expressions, which are time intelligence functions, this is a prerequisite. And like I said earlier, DAX is covered after visualizations and after Power Query. So it will be covered in a different module. But for now, we are going to create a simple date table. And when we circle back to DAX later and we go back to date tables, at that point, I'll be teaching you in more detail how this can be created. Let us come back to Power BI. To create a date table, we have to click on the third icon here, which is the modeling view. And right now you can see that there is only one table that we have. So this is the query, which is 400K. And we want to create a date table and be able to connect that to the 400K dataset. Where is the date table in the first place? If you click on the second icon here, this is the data view. And in the data view is where you have the option of selecting a new table. If you hover your mouse, it tells you that you're using a DAX expression to create a new table. Let's click on this. You can also press Ctrl plus or Ctrl minus to increase or decrease the size of the formula bar. I'm going to call this a simple date table. Now, there are many different ways of creating one, which I will be covering later. But for now, we are going to use the simplest way of doing it, which is use a calendar. And the start and the end date has to be given by us. Now, since most of our visualizations are going to work with the order date for buy and not for sell, I'm going to take the minimum date by fix and the maximum date by fix. These functions that you see here, which is min, max, calendar, and this entire formula has been written in data analysis expressions. But for now, let's not worry about that. Simply copy what I have done here. The moment you press enter, you will automatically get a column with you, which has, if you sort it, dates from 10/10/2013, and if I make it descending, it is from 31 till 31/12/2015. Now do keep in mind that we are not strictly following the rule mentioned on the website, which is that our date is not really starting on the 1st of January here, but that's okay. For now, it's okay. Later, we will see how to create a date table in a way that it actually starts on the 1st of January. One more thing I would like you to do is to change the data type from date time to date. The reason is that in any case, we are looking at the midnight of each of these dates. So it doesn't really make sense for us to have the time value with us. Once this is done, we can go back to the third icon, which is the modeling view. And here you can see that we have two tables with us. And to be able to connect them, we simply have to drag and drop the date by fix on the date in the date table. You can do it in either direction. So we can go from here to here, or we can do it the other way around, which would be from here to here. So I'm going to select the date, click on it, hold it and drag it and keep it on top of my date by fix. This is a relationship that we have created between the date and the date by fix. And these icons, which is one and many, means that it's a one-to-many relationship. It is one on the right side because in the date table, each date is appearing only one time since it is unique. But on the table on the left, we have a many because that date can possibly appear multiple times. Also, if you look carefully, the icon has gone away from the date by fix, even though we have one on the date cell fix. This is supposed to happen. What this signifies to you is that because we have created a proper date table, we don't need to use the date by fix for any of our calculations. As a matter of fact, even if I want to, I can't. The date by fix is not a date anymore. If we want to do any date calculations, we will have to use the date from the simple date table that we have created. Let me go back to the report view. And at this point, let's also save the work that we have done. So File, Save As, and I'm going to simply call this Power BI 01. There is only one file format, BIX. Excellent. So everyone, we have done the hard work, which was to create a date table and connect it to our data set. In the next lecture, we will start with our first visualization. Hi everyone. Now we are going to create our first visualization. In this, we will see column chart, tooltip, and the hierarchy. Let us come to our Power BI report. So what we want to do here is to create a column chart. It will be the second chart that we have. Let's make this a little larger. If the filter pane is open for you, please minimize it. We don't need it right now. In the column chart, we want to keep the average ESG ranking. So we can simply drag the ESG ranking into values. And we will click on the drop down and change it to the average. Now we can minimize the 400K data set, go to the simple date table and drag the date in the axis. So what we are doing here is that for the 3 years, I can see the average ESG ranking 22.39, 22.40 and 22.57. Now clearly there's a very, very minor difference in all the 3 years, but we will come to that. The first thing I want to do is to understand, is this how I want to present it to my client? Maybe not. Maybe we want to show the data as per the quarters. To do that, we click on this expand button, which is the fourth arrow. And the expand will essentially show you the data for each of the quarters like this. But the challenge still remains. If you look at the minimum value here, we are looking at 22.3 going up all the way till 22.58. The differences are almost non-existent, but they're still there. And to be able to highlight that, we want to select the formatting button. And in the formatting option, I will make a few changes. Number one, we are going to add the data label. So we can see the numbers at the top. On the y-axis, we can put the starting value. So I will say that let's start at 22. And immediately you notice there is a difference because now the minor differences also are becoming more prominent. As a matter of fact, if you make this 22.25, the differences become even more prominent than earlier. Now, since we already have the data label, it doesn't make any sense to have the y-axis also showing the numbers. And since we want to have a very clean visualization, I will turn off the y-axis. So the numbers are still there. It starts at 22.25, but we don't see the y-axis. Also, since we already have the title at the top, I don't really see the point of having the y-axis title as well. So again, in the y-axis, you notice that we have the option to turn off the title. Excellent. Let's scroll down. We also want to add a border and a shadow. So finally, our visualization looks like this. Now, when we take our mouse over any one of these bars, you notice that it only shows you one number. That would be the average ESG ranking. But what if we wanted to see, let's say, the PE and the EPS at the same time? So we can simply select our PE and drag that in the tooltip. We can also select our EPS and drag that in the tooltips as well. Now the chart doesn't really change, but if you look at the title, you can see that it says ESG, PE, and EPS. And if you take your mouse over any one of these bars, you can see that now there are three numbers that are shown to us. Let me also convert my PE into the average. So we want to change the aggregation here. The same thing for the EPS as well. So you can see my ESG ranking average, PE ratio average, and the EPS ratio average, which is great because you're able to show three different data points at the same time. Now we have our date in the axis, but it is also possible for you to keep something else. For example, we can keep our sector and drag it above the date. Now, if we click on the drill up, you notice that it takes us back to the first level. Now, here we can't see retail and tech because we have selected 22.25 as our minimum point. So let's change that. Let me go back to y-axis and let me start at 50, for example. Much better. Now let's look at how these four arrows work. We'll go through them one by one. If I want to go within, let's say, the auto sector, which is 27.2, I can click on the drill down button and this gets activated. And now I can click on auto and that takes me within auto. And if I click on 2013, it takes me within 2013, like this. To go back up, we click on the drill up button. Let's turn it off. If you do not want to see the sectors at all, and you just want to see the dates, then you can click on the next level and that will take you directly to the years. And one more time, it takes you directly to the aggregation of all the quarters, like this. Let's go back up. And finally, we have expand, which expands the data like this. So there is nothing correct or incorrect here. It is up to you as to how you want to present the data. For example, if I click on the next level, it first takes me to the years. And here I can say, let's start at 22.25 like we did earlier, like this. But for now, we want to remove my sector and expand so we are able to see the quarter-wise movement that is happening. Next, we also want to create a slicer. So let us click outside and create a slicer and keep the date in it. Let's make this smaller and apply a border and a shadow like we did earlier. Now these are automatically connected. So if you move it, you notice that my visualization changes as well. For example, if we have expanded to a month level, I can see all my months, or I can scroll and see the data like this. Now let us say that we are on the month view. We can go to the formatting option, and here in x-axis, if we scroll down, there is an option called concatenate labels. So that means that the year, the quarter, and the month at the moment are being concatenated. But if you turn it off, then it appears a lot better like this. Visually looks much more appealing. And then of course there are many other formatting options. So the border, the type of border, the line color, the size, everything can be changed. But we don't want to get into that right now in detail. I just want to make one small change. So in the line color, let's make this a different color, and let's increase the stroke width and change the line style to a solid line like this. So it looks extremely clean right now, like this. One final formatting change we would like to do is to go back to formatting and go to the title. Here, if you want to type a different title, you can do that. See, the one we have right now is auto-generated, but if you want to change it, you can always do that. You can also change the color, the background color. So let's say we want to keep the background color as an orange, and we also want to change the alignment to center align, and maybe increase the text size a little bit like this. I think this looks great. So in this example, we have seen how to use a chart, how to use different formatting options. So we changed the level of the y-axis. We then completely hid the y-axis. We removed the concatenate labels from the x-axis. We made a slicer, and we are also looking at the hierarchy. So we are going from the year to the quarter to the month like this. Hi everyone. In this example, we want to look at the line chart. So let us come to our OBI file. We'll create a new page. Let's call this the line. We will start with the line. And here we want to keep all the 5 sectors that we have. So the sector will come in our legend. We will keep the date in our axis. And we will keep the average amount like we did earlier in the values. Let me expand it to our month level, or maybe to our quarter level. You can decide whichever one you want. I'm keeping it as my month level. Let's make a few formatting changes now. So the first thing I want to do is to go to format and add a border and a shadow. We will then click on shapes. And what we want to do is to customize the series. And this way I can control all the 5 independently. For example, let's say auto is the one which is our baseline. So except auto, all the others, if you notice, I'm going to reduce the stroke width to 2 and make the line style as a dashed line. So I'm doing this one by one for FMCG, dashed, 2, retail, dashed and 2, and then finally tech, dashed and 2. And then only for the auto sector, we will do the opposite. We will increase the stroke width like this. So this makes it easier for us to compare one against all the others. There is also an option to add the marker. So if you add the marker, you can see that there is a marker that comes here. Right now it is not very clear because it is the same color, but you can also increase the marker size and change the color to something different like this. One more thing we want to do is to go to our formatting and look at the zoom slider. The zoom slider essentially creates a slider directly on the visualization, which is great because if you want to see the data for a specific time period, you can simply move it directly like this. So for example, even if I have expanded like this to my day level, which right now looks completely nonsensical, remember that you can actually move the zoom slider like this. This makes sense, right? And now I can drag it and see the change over time. So there are different ways to use it. Let me go back to my month level so you can see the different months here like this. So this is a variation of what we did earlier, which was a step chart. The line chart is considered much more traditional, and there is no perfect one. It depends on you which one you want to use. And remember, you also have a slider on the y-axis in case you're interested to see values in a particular range. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at the area chart and the step chart. Let us come back to our Power BI report and we will create a new page. Let me call the first one my column, and this can be our area chart. We are going to create an area chart. Let's make this a little larger. And in this, we will keep the date in the axis. We will keep the sector in the legend. And finally, the amount in the values. Let us also change my amount to the average amount. And let us expand the data like this. Now, if you notice, it doesn't really look extremely simple to understand. It's a little confusing because it's very cluttered. There are too many colors that are coming. Now, from a presentation perspective, let me first put the border and the shadow. From a presentation perspective, we might not want to show all the sectors at the same time. Maybe we just want to compare two sectors at a time. So I'm going to select a slicer. And in this, we will keep our sector. Let's put this in the top right corner. Apply a border and a shadow. And one other change that we want to do is to go to our general option and change the orientation from vertical to horizontal. So this makes it look like buttons. So I will select auto, press Control and click on retail. And this is much better because I can compare both of them. But again, maybe having a line chart is not the best option here. So we go to formatting and let me just expand the options a bit. When you go to shapes and scroll down, there is an option called stepped. that is turned off by default. If you turn it on, then it is going to make a step chart like this. I think this looks much better than how it was looking earlier. Let me also expand it one more time so that we are looking at the months here. And from the previous page, let us copy the slicer as well. We do not want to sync it. And you can see that these are connected. So when I move it, it looks like this. Now remember, if we were not using a step and we were looking at a regular line chart, it would look like this. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just an alternative that I'm giving to you, especially for financial visualizations. Now we can also customize the series. This means that we can control them independently. So for the auto, maybe we'll reduce the stroke width to 1 or even make it 0, for example. And then in retail, we're going to increase the stroke width to 4. So this makes it prominent like this. So it creates a contrast between both of them. We can also add the data label if we want to. And in the data label as well, we can change the display unit to either none or we can change it to auto. But the problem is that we have 2 decimal places coming here. So let me change the value decimal places to 0. And in the position, we have above, under, and auto. So let's keep it to auto. And let's scroll down. We also have an option to show the background like this. And then you can choose the background color as well. So let's change the font color to white. So we're creating a very high contrast here, like this. So let's select, let's say, auto and FMCG. Now, personally, I feel looking at a comparison of 2 is the way to go about it. So either a single one or maybe 2 of them, not more than that for this particular visualization. Let's also create one more example. I'll again do the step here. And in this, what we want to do is to simply copy the visualization from the previous one. In fact, let's copy all the elements. We do not want to sync the visual for a slicer. Okay. So just a different formatting that I want to show to you. What you can also do is to click on shapes and just a moment. Okay. So we click on data colors and you notice that we have options here to choose the color independently for both the sectors that we have selected. So let's say my auto, I want to change to a gray like this. Let me do that once again. So in our data colors, we'll choose our auto as a slightly dark gray like this. So this makes the emphasis even more prominent because we are saying that retail is what we're trying to compare against auto. So auto is in the background and it is also gray in color like this. As a matter of fact, if you want to increase or decrease the data transparency, you can do that as well like this, which is the area transparency that you have. So if you make it 100%, you're essentially looking at only the line here. I hope that makes sense. So there is no perfect rule here. It really depends on you. If you keep it as 0, then you can't see the gray that is coming behind the color in the front. But if you increase the transparency, it's going to look like this. So personally, I use somewhere around 50%. Wonderful. So that completes this lecture. In the next one, we want to look at the line chart. Hi everyone. Let us look at the combo chart. Let's make a new page. Combo. Let's first select our combo chart. That would be the line and stacked column chart. And in this, we want to keep, as always, the date in the shade axis. Then we have our average amount in the column values. And then finally, our average ROE ratio in the line values. Let me expand this as well. Like we did earlier, the y-axis right now is from 0, but we don't want to do that. Since we are presenting the data at a quarter level, you will see that the lowest number that I have is 7901. So let me go to my y-axis and change the starting point to 7000. In fact, we can even make it 7800. Yeah, that's even better. And we can put the data label now if we want. So we're able to see the average ROE ratio as well as the average amount, and we can compare the two. Let's make a few formatting changes. So the border and the shadow. From the y-axis, we want to hide the axis. So the title as well as the complete y-axis, we want to hide that. And let's also see how we can do that for the secondary y-axis. We can have the title here as well. I'm not sure if we have the option to hide the y-axis here. Maybe there is a way, but I don't know about it. But we'll have to see if there's a way to do it. Let me just check that. It doesn't seem like it. We also have an option in shapes called the shade area, like this, which I guess looks nice. You don't need to do it, but sometimes it's a good idea to do this. And then of course the stroke width can be turned to 0, and you can have markers as well if you want, and you can also make it stepped. I personally do not recommend using stepped here. It makes it a little more difficult to understand it. Probably without the stepped it looks a lot better. Excellent. So that's our example. In the next lecture we will look at the ribbon chart. Hi everyone. Let us now look at the ribbon chart. One of my personal favorites. Let's create a new page. We have the ribbon here. Let's select a ribbon chart first. In the ribbon chart, I want to keep my date in the axis. Then we have a sector in the legend. Let's keep our EPS ratio in the values. Now what the ribbon does is, it shows you the absolute value. So in 2013, retail was 14,334. And if you look at 2014, it is 73,000. But if you click on this band or this ribbon in the middle, it tells you what is the delta, both as an absolute and as a percentage, which is great. So for example, if we are at a quarter or a month level, we can see the ribbon like this. Let's add a border and shadow. Now to make it look even better, you can click on ribbons in the formatting and you can increase the spacing a little bit. So I'm going to make it about 15. We will also increase the transparency to 80. If you want, you can add a border as well. I leave that up to you. If you make the transparency 100, then it's going to look like this, which probably doesn't make much sense. If you do not match the series color, then you get a gray band like this. And then you can reduce the transparency to 60. So the idea is that you have to experiment and see what works for you. There is no perfect thumb rule that I can give you here. Let's also add the data label. And this is fairly self-explanatory. So I can see that from 14 to 17, the change was 3,152, which is 21.99. It also tells you the change in the rank. So if you look at tech changed from 10 to 20, and the rank improved by 1 from 2 to 1, like this. I want to make one more ribbon chart for you, which is used to show the month-over-month change. Let me copy what we've already done here. A small change that we want to do here. I will stick with my average EPS ratio, but we will remove the sector from here. And in the date, we will very carefully remove the year and the day. And we will again go back to our date. And if you look carefully in the date hierarchy, which I'm highlighting for you right now, we will only select the quarter. We will select our quarter and put it in the legend. It's going to look like this. But it doesn't really make much sense right now because we are looking at the quarter level. But when we expand it once, now this makes sense because you can see that for each of the quarters, what is the change happening? So 36,000 from Jan to Feb, it moved like this. So this is my month-over-month change that I see. Do remember that right now the data is getting aggregated. So for all the years that we have, it is aggregating the data. So it perhaps is a good idea to make a slicer. I'm just going to copy the one we've already created from here. And we want to replace the sector with a year like this. So we know that we have 3 years with us, 13, 14, 15. So I can now click on 13 or 14 or 15. For 13, we don't really have the change with us, but that's okay. For 14, I can see the change that is happening. Hi everyone. The waterfall chart is again an excellent visualization, especially in finance. Let's create a new page. Call this waterfall. And I will simply copy the ribbon chart here so that we retain the border and the shadow formatting. And we want to convert this into a waterfall chart, which is next to the ribbon chart. In this, we want to keep our complete date, not just the year and the quarter and the month. So we have our complete date here. In the breakdown, we have our sector. And then finally, let's replace the EPS ratio with our average amount, like this. This looks fantastic. Let's also change the colors a bit. So the total I'm going to keep as a gray color. And what it is doing right now is telling us that 13, my average amount was 8,096. In 2014, the average was 8,129. But I can also see that in retail, it jumped from 7976 to 8123, which is an increase of 146, which is 1.84%, which is fantastic. So the waterfall chart is similar to a ribbon chart in the sense that you can see the change when you hover your mouse, but we have these sentiment colors here, which tells us what has increased and what has decreased, like this. I can obviously expand and go to my quarter level as well to see the change with much more granularity. We don't have a lot of customizability options available in this. If you're interested, then you should go to more visuals. Do remember that to access more visuals, you have to be signed in to Power BI. Otherwise, this application interface will not open up. Here, there is something called Zebra BI, which are paid visualizations, but Zebra BI essentially gives you amazing options on being able to create all sorts of financial visualizations. There is a bit of learning curve as well, but there's nothing better than this on the market. Hi everyone. Let us look at the dot plot. So I'm going to duplicate my page and change this to the dot plot. Hey, we want to remove the date. We don't need it. The sector and the average amount. Everything is being removed so that we can start from scratch. Let me first make a scatter chart. That would be your XY scatter. And let's make this a little larger. We will keep our ESG ranking in the x-axis. We have our P ratio in the y-axis. Let us change both of them into the average. And then let's keep our sector in the legend. And finally, we will keep our ID in the detail. I also want to switch these. So let's keep the P ratio on the X. Or you know what? Let's stick with this. Hold on. Let's keep our ESG ranking on the X and our P ratio here. And now you can see that there are a lot of outliers here. So all of these are outliers, typically for tech. But we want to focus on, let's say, a specific band from 9 to 35. So let's go to our y-axis and we can change this, let's say from 9 to 35, like this. And this, everyone, is how you make a dot plot. So if you look at all the values here, we can see that we have the same amount coming for the ESG ranking, 22.3, but I can see different P ratios here. Let's go back to format. And we can obviously change the data color. In the shapes as well, you have an option to increase or decrease the size. You can also customize the series in case you want a particular sector to be in a different shape. For example, let's say the auto sector, I want to come as a square, right? Like this. And in data colors, of course, we can change them one by one. So let's say auto is gray, bank is a darker gray as well. And I'm choosing colors like this for all 4 sectors except tech, which I want to put in a yellow color, like this. So this ability helps you identify where tech is coming and where the other 4 are coming. You also have an option for the category label, which allows you to show that ID right now, which probably doesn't make sense, but if you were not showing the ID and showing something different. For example, let's say that rather than keeping the ID, we were keeping our company here. Then it would have looked like this. The only problem in this case is that now we don't get that dot plot because we are not getting numbers in a single column. And in this example, I wanted to show you how to create specifically the dot plot. But keep in mind that you do have an option for the category label. In the fill point, if you turn it off, then it just makes a circle without an interior color like this. Needless to say, you obviously have the zoom slider with you. So in any case, in the y-axis, if you revert to default and it is showing you on such a large scale from 0 to 1200, in any case, you can always go and turn on the zoom slider because you can directly say that I want to reduce my y-axis to see a specific range like this. So that's a great way of walking somebody through the data that you have. That about covers it. There are obviously a few other formatting options I haven't covered, but I think those are most of the important ones. In the next lecture, we will look at the scatter chart. We've already done the scatter chart here, but we wanted to show it as a dot plot. But in the next lecture, we will see a proper scatter chart. Hi everyone. Let us look at the scatter chart. Let's duplicate the page and call it the scatter. Let's make a few changes. Let's remove the ID and keep the company. No legend. We will keep our P ratio in the axis and we'll keep our ESG ranking in the y-axis as the average. Excellent. Now what we want to do here is I would like to increase the size of all of these dots as per one variable. So let us keep the P ratio in the size. And you can see that as the average P ratio is increasing, the size of the bubble is also increasing. A problem with the scatter chart is that a lot of these are getting a little cut because we're starting at 0. So personally, what I like to do is to go to x-axis and just start not at auto or at 0, but at, let's say, minus 10. It just shifts it a little bit. And we can also end it at 500 if we want. It's completely your choice. I'll do the same thing with the y-axis as well. So for the y-axis, let's select my start at minus 20, or let's make it minus 10, or let's say minus. Let's see what number would be suitable here. So we are starting at the minimum number, which is 12. All right, so maybe we can start at 10. I think that looks great. We also have an analytics option here, which we can put our x-axis and y-axis constant line. So for example, let's choose our x-axis constant line and let's add it. And in this line, we are going to put a value. Let us say 100. And you notice a line appears here, which is great. And finally, we would also like to put something in the play axis. So let me put our month in the play axis and create a slicer. I'll copy a slicer from one of the previous pages that we have created without syncing it. Let's keep the slicer here, and we want to keep the year in it. Oh, that was already correct. So we want the year in it. So what is going to happen is, let's say we select 2013. I can click on the play button and it will show me the change like this. We only have 3 months, but if you click at 14, you notice that this is how you can see the change happening month by month. Here you can also put the data label. So I can go to formatting and select my category label like this. Let's also make the y-axis from 10 to 35 so that everything is visible clearly. That's much better. And now if we put our sector in the legend, you can see that we get different colors here as well. So Amazon is an outlier here, which is okay. Let me just use the zoom slider and look at this cluster that is forming here. This is a great way to see the change that is happening month by month for this particular cluster in this band of 0, or rather -10 to 0. Hi everyone. Let us look at scatter chart clusters now. I'm going to duplicate my page. And what we want to do here is, I want to remove the data colors first. So let me revert to default. Now we have all these different bubbles that are there for the different companies that we have. And I would like to click on these 3 dots and select clusters. Now you notice the option is not appearing here. The reason is that we already have a legend. So this is a very important point. If you keep a legend, then you will not get the option. Once I remove the legend, I can see there is an option. Oh, it is still not appearing. I think we will have to remove the play axis as well. Let's do that. Perfect. Now you notice that we have an option called automatically find clusters. What it does is it allows you to create some clusters. So I want to create my company clusters. I can either let Power BI decide how many clusters to make, or I can even put a number of my own. For example, if I say 3, it creates 3 clusters like this. Amazon being the outlier, that is in cluster 1, and all the others are, so the orange ones are cluster 3, and these are cluster 2. When you do this, you also get a new field on the right side called company clusters. And if you click on the 3 dots, you have an option to edit the clusters. So if you want to choose a different number of clusters, you can do that. So for example, if you want 5, you can now have 5 clusters forming here. In the scope of this course, we don't really want to get into what different types of clusters are there and how it works. But if you're interested, you should definitely read about the k-means clustering, which is one of the most popular and the simple ways of doing clustering in machine learning. There is enough information available on this on the internet, so you can simply do a Google search and read a few good articles on this. Right. Everything else still works the same way. So my slicers and my slicer on the visual, everything works the same way. Hi everyone. Let us look at the small multiple. The small multiple is not really a visualization. It is an option that we have on our existing chart. Let me go back to my example, which is our Let's pick one. Let's take a column chart as an example. Right click and duplicate, and let's call this small multiple. I want to go back to my year level, and what we want to do here is we want to keep something in the small multiple. For example, if I select my investment type and keep it in the small multiple, you notice it creates two different charts for you. Now, perhaps the ESG ranking is not the best fit for this. Let's put the amount in it, in the value, and change it to the average amount. I will also go to format and make sure that my y-axis is not starting at 22.25, it's starting at auto like this. Now, if we expand, you notice that both the charts are changing at the same time. Now, this is very smart because if you keep something else in the small multiple, let's say the sector, now since there are 5 of them, you'll be able to create 5 charts like this, which is fantastic. And you also have a little bit of control here. So in formatting, you can go to the grid layout and I can choose the number of rows and columns. For example, let's say I want to have 5 columns, but only 1 row like this. So this is how my chart can be created now. Or maybe I want to keep 5 rows and only a single column. Now I can make a very compact, very narrow chart like this. So you get a lot of flexibility in the way you want to use the small multiple. There is also an option in formatting to add a background color. So I can add a background color like this, and let's change our grid line to borders and grid lines. Let's change the line color to green. Let's increase the line width a little bit like this, and we can have the grid padding a little more, maybe not so much, around 15. There are obviously advanced padding options as well. I don't want to get into that right now. And in data colors as well, we'll choose a gray color like this, or maybe a slightly darker gray. Perfect. I think that looks great. So even if we go down to our quarter level, this is how the data appears now. In the y-axis, we have not changed the starting value now. So if you look carefully, the minimum value that we have here is about 7.5. So we can make the y-axis start at, let's say, 7.25. So that would be 7250. And it looks even better now, like this. If you increase the width, then the numbers would also be visible. So definitely play around with it a little bit to see what suits your requirement the best. Sometimes having 5 rows, 1 column works very well. Sometimes you might want to have, let's say, 3 rows, right, and 2 columns like this. Really depends on the way you want to present your data. Hi everyone. Let us look at matrix and table. So we'll create a duplicate page and let us look at the table first. If we select a table, we basically get what we are used to seeing on an Excel file. We only have the option for values here. We are not able to put in rows and columns like a pivot table. That option is available in the matrix, which we'll be covering shortly. So here we have the ability of putting, for example, my sector first. Then I have the year, quarter, month, day, the average P ratio, and the average amount. Please keep in mind that you cannot group the data here. That is only available in the matrix. So if it's a very simple tabular format that you want, then the table is a good option. In formatting, you have many things available. For example, let's go through them one by one. We have different styles available here. Unlike Excel, in Power BI, you can't just put a border or change the font color or the font size whenever you want. You have to choose among these styles available. If you look at the grid, we have a vertical grid, and we can also change the color here like this and also increase the thickness. So I would say that a lot of options that you are used to in Excel are available here as well. It's just that they are mentioned under different headings and you might have to scroll down and search a little deeper to find all of them. Similarly, we have the horizontal grid thickness as well. We also have a row padding, which I really like. This allows you to have a little bit more spacing between all the rows. Similarly, you have the outline weight, which is this top blue line and this bottom blue line that you see. Then we have the column header, where we have the font color, background color. So we can change this as well. Let's make this white. We also have an option for auto size column width. You can turn that off if you want. It depends on how you want to present your data when there is a slicer involved in it, right? But usually I like to keep it on, but then that option is there. We obviously have the alignment here. So we have left, center, and right. Remember, this is only for the column headers that we are changing. So I'm going to make it center. And then in values, again, we have font, background color, alternate font color, alternate background color. So let me change the font color to something different, like this. And we also have an alternate font color that we can make, let's say gray, like this. Let's change the background color to something different, right, like this. Again, there's nothing correct or incorrect here. It depends on how you visually want to present your data. We have the outline here as well. So I can add top and bottom. So I only get an outline on top and bottom. Then we have the total. You can turn off the totals if required, which is what I'm going to do now, since we're looking at the average values. So it doesn't make sense to show the totals. In field formatting, we can choose which field we want to see. For example, in average P ratio, I can independently control the display unit. So maybe I want to have 0 decimal places here. And then also for my average amount, we want to have 0 decimal places. I can also change the font color here. So that means that if for only one column you want to keep a different font, you'll be able to do that. You can do that with the background color as well, like this. The only thing is that now this alternate colors will not appear. So let me undo that. Then we also have conditional formatting, very similar to how it on Excel. So for example, if I want to have a background color, we can choose either a color scale or a rule or a field value. So I'm going to choose the default here, which is my color scale. And I'm saying that I want to color my sector as per, let's say, the average. I'm sorry. We want to select the average PE ratio here. So I will select my PE ratio. And let us choose the average. So the colors are going to appear like this. Then in conditional formatting, we also have other options like font color, icons. I will show this to you in a different table where you will understand it better. So let me quickly make a new table, everyone, right next to this. And rather than making a table, let me show it to you in a matrix. So we will make a matrix, and here let's keep the sector in the rows. Then we also have our company in the rows as well below the sector. And then finally in the columns, we have our investment type like this, which would be bad and good. We can also keep a year in the columns above the investment. So now you get two levels here. So if I drill on my columns and I expand, then it shows me the 3 years and the investment type. In 2013, we don't have any good investments. Let's add a border and a shadow. And in the values, let's keep the average amount. And increase this a bit. Great. Now we can go and add conditional formatting. So on my average amount, which is the only value that we have right now, we can add a background color. If you add the background color and the font color, then basically you get a heat map like this. And if you notice, we are looking at the totals here, but you should be able to go to subtotals and turn that off like this. So if you only want a heat map without the subtotals, you can do that as well. It really depends on you. All right, let's come back to conditional formatting. And I'm going to make another copy so that you understand. Let me copy this one more time below this. Needless to say, if you want to drill on the rows and not the columns, so if I want to drill on the rows and not the columns, we'll now be able to see all the sectors and all the companies as well, like this. Let me put this on a different page so that it's clear. Let me duplicate it and let's call this the matrix. And we can keep this large one here. Perfect. And this we can keep here. All right. So we have our conditional formatting that we have kept here, which is background color and font color, but there are other options as well. So if you turn that off, the background and the font color, you have other options available. Let me show that to you on another page. So let me duplicate it. And on the second one, we will do something different. Rather than keeping the background and the font color, so let me remove that. I want to keep my data bar like this. Now, the only thing with data bar is the numbers have to be on the same scale. Plus, there has to be a little bit of variation as well. Like right now, the numbers are probably too close to each other. That's why the bars don't really speak a very interesting story. You also have icons available like this. The way these icons have been created is that if you go to advanced controls, you can see that it is taking 0 to 33%, 33 to 67, and 67 to 100. This is obviously in your control, so you can choose what breakup you want. I can also have different styles available here. This is very similar to how we do it on Excel as well. Not exactly the same, but quite similar to that. So maybe I want to keep 0, 25, 25, 50, 50, 75, and 75, 100. Like this. And remember, usually in this case, I would like to remove the subtotal like this so that it looks much better now. Like this. And then, of course, there are many other small things. So if you go through each of these options, you see that you can also change, let's say, my grid. And let me find the right option for you. Just give me a moment. So in row headers, we have an option called the stepped layout. If you remove that, it is similar to making a tabular layout that you have in Excel on a pivot table. So remember, this is a compact layout where the sector and the company is coming in a single column, which is the default, but you can turn that off like this. Even in the stepped layout, you have an option to change the indentation, right? Like this. So this makes it a little more readable. But I personally like to use my tabular layout like this. I find it much, much simpler to understand. You also have the option to turn off the plus and the minus icons if you don't want to allow the user to be able to minimize like this. Right, so that about covers our topic on tables and matrix, everyone. Just the one more thing which is available in a table, which I would quickly like to show to you. So let me go back to my table. And what we can do here is I have the option of doing clusters like we did in the scatter chart as well. Now remember, this cluster option is only going to come in a table and not in a matrix. Also, the reason we don't see the clusters now, even though we have a table, is because we have a date value in it. So let me remove the date value. In fact, why don't we do this on a different sheet? So right click and duplicate. Let's call this table with clusters. Here I want to remove my date and we want to keep, let's say, the company here like this. And now that we have the sector, company, the PE ratio, and the average amount, we can click on the three dots and then select automatically find clusters. It is just like a scatter chart. It says, okay, clustering, suppose one dimension and 1 to 15 measures. Please adjust the fields here. Okay, so we cannot use sector here. We only have to use a single dimension here. Let's do that. And you notice it creates clusters for us. So I can say 3 clusters, for example, and it tells me that these are the 3 clusters that I have. So if you notice here, these are the clusters that we have created like this. So Amazon is in cluster 1, since it is the only one which is sort of an outlier with this large 404 as the P ratio. All of these are coming in cluster 2. Then we have these coming in cluster 3. This is very handy. Obviously, it does not give you any flexibility in the way you choose the clusters other than opting for the variable selection and choosing the number of clusters. It's still handy to have. Hi everyone. Let us look at pie charts and TREEMAP. We all know the pie chart and we know the donut chart. But maybe not all of you have worked on the TREEMAP, and that is an excellent alternative to the pie and the donut chart. Let's start with the pie chart first. In this, we will keep two things. We have our investment type, below which we will keep our sector and then the company. In this order, the investment, sector, and the company. In the values, let's keep any value that we want. So I'll keep my, let's say, earning per share here. So we have our EPS ratio, and let's make that the average. Now what you see here is let me add a border and shadow first, and also in the detail label, let's select 0 decimal places. Perfect. Now you notice that it is telling us very simply investment type, good and bad, and I can also see 53 and 47, but this is where it gets interesting. Let me make the decimal 2 so that you can see the difference, 306 and 271. When I click on the expand button, it is going to show me all my sectors, and then one final time it is going to show me all my companies like this. Now ask yourself, do you really feel this is the correct way to present the data? Because the moment you do this, it just becomes so complex. It's very difficult to figure out the marginal differences between all of these different slices. Is a donut chart any better? Not really. A donut chart is very, very similar to a pie chart. The correct option here is, so if I can just show it to you side by side, copying the same thing and we are converting this into the tree map. Now the tree map is better because it occupies the entire space. You notice that the pie chart and the tree map are occupying exactly the same amount of space. And I'm able to see this much more clearly now. So at level 1, I can see good and bad. Let me add the data label as well and increase the size a little bit. And now if I expand it, it shows me like this. So I have all the sectors and I have all the companies as well. For example, the highest EPS ratio has been in bad investment times in the technology sector in Google. If you look at the bottom, the lowest EPS ratio has been in the bad investment time in, again, the technology sector in Amazon. This, on the other hand, the pie chart is just going to make it completely non-intelligible. So it is very important to reconsider the use of a pie chart and replace that with a tree map like this. And like we had done earlier, you can also click on the next level button. And by clicking on the next level, it will allow you to simply see all the sectors. And if I click on it one more time, it allows us only to see the company like this. Hi everyone. Let us look at how we can create custom tooltips. Let's come back to our Power BI file. The first thing I want to do is to create a tree map, nothing special. We'll create a large tree map which will have our sector. In the group, we will have our company in the details and our EPS ratio in the values as an average. Let's also add a border and a shadow. Add the data label and increase the size. Same for the category label. Let me increase the size. Perfect. Now imagine you want to show the investment type as well. How do you do that? Because if you make another chart, yes, the two charts will interact with each other, but then maybe that's not really the best way to present it. What we want to do here is, let's call this my main chart for my tooltip, and we will make one more page, and here I'm going to call it the mini chart. So what we want to do here is to first go to the page format, and in the page size we will select a custom size. The default is a web page which is 1280 by 720, but I want to change that to something a little smaller. So let's keep it as 600 by 300. And in the page information, we will turn the tooltip on. So there are two changes that we have made. We have turned the tooltip on, and we have also changed the size to 600 by 300. Now we can go back to the main chart and connect this chart with the mini chart. So right now we already have a tooltip, which is this black box. But in the format, we are going to select the second last option. And you notice it is selecting the auto page, which is this black box that you see. I want to change that to the TT mini chart tooltip we have created. And now you can see that when I hover my mouse, I can see the other page on top of this. Excellent. So this allows us to create a chart on top of another chart. Now let me go to the mini chart, and here we can create some visualization that we want. So we'll keep it very simple. I will first change the background color. So let's change the page background to yellow. I will add a simple bar chart here in which we will keep our investment type in the axis, and we will keep our EPS ratio in the values as the average. Let's change the color here as well. So data labels will be added. The x-axis will be removed. The x-axis title also I want to remove. Same thing for my y-axis. I want to remove it. Actually, I don't want to remove it. I want to remove the title from the y-axis. So now this looks much cleaner, and we can also change the colors here. So we will select our data colors and change the color to gray. We also need to have the title at the top, so we can hide the title as well. So we have a very clean chart that is appearing here. And when I go back to the main chart, when I hover my mouse, you will see that it will show me the other chart. Right? And this is obviously dynamic. So we could have also done something different. So I could have said, why just the investment type? Why not put the company here? So let's give the company here, and let me go to the next level. So now it is showing me the different companies that I have. And when I go back to the main chart, you can see that it is highlighting the companies like this. Right now it's only one by one because I'm already at my company level. But if in the tree map I go to my sector level, so that means I'm only looking at the sector here. This is very nice because I can see the sector in my tree map. So there are 5 sectors, and when I take my mouse, I can see the companies within that sector like this. So this is a great way of putting a visualization on top of another visualization. Hi everyone. Let us look at edit, interactions, and bookmarks. Let's come back to our Power BI report, and this would be edit, interactions, and bookmarks. We are going to create 2 charts. So I have a bar chart here in which we will keep our company and the average amount. Let us also change the scale. So first the data label, and I'll change my scale on the x-axis to a minimum of 7,600. Okay, much better now. Also in the data label, we will remove the decimal place. So let's make it 0 decimal, and let's add a border and the shadow. Perfect. Now here's the thing. When I make one more chart, for example, I have a chart with only the sector in it, not the company. By default, what happens is that both of them interact with each other, which means that if you click on FMCG, you notice that it is only highlighting the companies that belong in FMCG, and similarly for the others as well. And if I make yet another chart in which I put my investment type, now you notice that when we select good, what I'm able to do is interact with the other two charts and say that for TGT, which is the company, the average amount is 8335, which is good and bad investment combined. But when I only look at good investments, that would be 8328, that is highlighted. And in bad, it is 8342, like this. Now, this is all great, right? Because it just works the way you want and expect it to work. But the problem is that if I have a card, which is my card here, and I put my average amount in it. So let's put our average amount in the card. It tells me 8.07K. But the problem is that every time I make any modification to any one of the charts that we have here, in fact, let me make this a pie chart so that there is something different here. You notice that every time I select it, my card also seems to change. So if I select these, my card is also changing. Now, I might not want that to happen because the card is my KPI and I would like to show the average amount as a fixture. That amount should not change every time I change one of the visualizations. So what we want to do here is, I want to click on the visual, which is my pie chart. And then we go to Format and select Edit Interactions. What that does is, it makes these icons appear here. So if you notice carefully, when I select my pie chart and click on Edit Interactions, you have these icons appearing like this. Now what this means is, you can decide how my pie chart is going to interact with all the other elements on my Power BI dashboard. For example, here it is selected to filter by default, but I want to select none. This means that when I select good or bad, you notice this number is not changing. But the other two bar charts are changing. So if I select not highlight, but I select filter, what that does is, when I select it, you notice that it is filtering the data. It is not showing me the original value and the highlighted value like this. It is showing me only the filtered value. Again, both of them are correct. It depends on how you want to present your data. And obviously, if you select it to none, this means that my pie chart is now not going to interact with my amount by company. It is only going to interact with my amount by sector. So remember, this is a one-on-one interaction. So how you want it to work is completely up to you. You have to decide, should you use a filter or a highlight or none. But that is the way all of this works. Let me turn off edit interactions. One more thing we can do is to create bookmarks. For example, if I have a slicer here with my order date in it, let me first create a bookmark with my current state. That means the way you see it on the screen right now, we go to View and Bookmarks, and we want to save a snapshot of my current state. That means when I add a bookmark here, I will rename it and call it my default state. Now I want to have a second state which is only for good, and I'm only selecting a specific time period. So I only want to look at the current year, for example. So that would be from the 1st of January till the 31st of December. So I will add it and I will call it good for what? For 2015 only. Now how this works is that if you click on default state and view it, it shows you the default. If you select good, it shows you the selection that you have made. This is very handy because when you want to walk your stakeholder or the consumer of the report through a certain user journey, you can decide that. So rather than letting the person click on whatever and wherever and whenever they want to click, you're directing their attention. Now, obviously, you don't expect them to open the bookmarks pane to be able to click on them. So we can create on insert two blank buttons. So I'm going to create a button here. Let's keep it here and let's call it my default. So in the button text, I will call it default. And in the action, I'm going to say that there is a bookmark which is my default state. Let me copy it one more time. So Control C, Control V. And this is my bad for 2015 only. And here my bookmark is good 2015. Now this means that if I simply click on 2015 bad or on default, I can switch between these two different states. So this is like a different view that you're creating, and you can create as many of them as you want to. Hi everyone. Let us look at an AI feature which is Q&A, question and answer. Let's come back to our report, create a new page and call this Q&A. We want to select our Q&A visualization. And I will also keep a text box on the side so that all the questions that I'm asking we can put inside this. This is a AI feature, which means that you can ask a question about your data and it will give you the result that you want. So for example, if I say, what is my average PE ratio? It tells me that my average PE ratio is 36.51. If I want to see my average PE ratio by sector, it tells me for each sector. If I want to see this as, let's say, a tree map, I can select a tree map and it makes a tree map for me. This is a great way of getting quick results. And once you create the result you want, you can always convert it into a standard visual and make some formatting changes on it. So let me ask a different question now. Show me my average amount, which is 8.07K, by my year. So by my date year, by my date quarter, and by my date month. And we can also say for investment, or let's make it by investment. So it makes two different trend lines for us, one for bad and one for good, like this. We can also get two different variables here. So I can say PE ratio is the average P ratio and the average EPS ratio. So it shows you a multi-row card with two numbers in it. And the moment you say buy my company, then it is smart enough to understand that a scatter chart is probably the best way to plot this, right? So when you say buy company, so let me put this here. You can also exclude something, for example, include something. So if I say show me average amount by my sector as a table, so it gives me all the 5 sectors here. And if I say except tech, right? So if we'll exclude tech and show you the other 4. And I can also say by company as a table for tech. So it will now only show you the companies belonging to tech, like this. These are just some general ideas, and this is still a preview feature, even though it has been around for a while. So make sure to experiment with it. And this is excellent because it helps you save a lot of time. Don't expect too much from it. So while you sort of can do calculations in it as well, I would not recommend that you do that. And later on, when we learn how to create measures, you will see that measures can also be asked in the Q&A. So it's a wonderful feature, and make sure to look at the cadence that Microsoft Power BI has, because Power BI has a monthly cadence. That means there is an update coming every month. So I have been tracking this for the last 2.5 years now, and it is amazing to see the number of features they keep on adding to it. And it's exciting to think about what more will get added probably by the time you are all going to watch this course. Hi everyone, and welcome to a completely new module. Here we are going to look at Power Query. We are not going to do any data visualization. Let us first understand what Power Query is. The official documentation is available at powerquery.microsoft.com. Power Query is an ETL tool which allows you to connect, extract, transform, and load the data. Not just from an Excel file, but from a very wide range of sources. It can connect to hundreds of data sources. It has APIs in it. You can even create your own connectors using a software development kit. You can even use Python to read data using Power Query. There are more than 300 transformations available, including some AI-based transformations. And the best part is that anybody can work on it without learning any coding. Power Query is not available only on Power BI. It is available on Power BI, on Excel, on Common Data Service, Power Automate, and SQL Server Analysis Services. So you're learning essentially one tool that will help you with 5 different Microsoft applications. The language that we use in Power Query is called M, and you can see the complete documentation for M by clicking on Learn More, and everything has been explained here. You can also look at the documentation, the M language reference, and if you want additional resources, you can look here. I also have a separate course on Power Query, so if you're interested in learning Power Query in more detail, you can look at that course. Hi everyone. Let us look at our data set on which we are going to work on Power Query. This folder can be downloaded from the resources folder. This is Power Query, Stock Market. What we have in this folder is 4 different files. So this would be 001, 2, 3, and 4. And if I open the first file, this is the data that we have with us. It's a very simple clean data. So we have 100 records with the date, volume, open, high, low, close, the adjusted close, and the symbol. So each of the files that we have here have exactly the same template with a different number of records. For example, in 002, we have 197 records. The objective is that we want to combine the data from all these 4 files into a single data set. So let us do this on a new Power BI file. First, I'll save it in my folder. Let's call this Power BI Power Query. And since we want to select the data from a folder, we will click on Get Data. Now you can see that there are different connectors available here, but you will not find the folder option. For that, you have to go to More. And you can see here we have the folder option given. Let's select the folder option. Now we have to select the folder path. So browse, and we select PBIF, that is my folder. And let me just double check that. Power BI Finance Course, this one. So in Power BI Finance Course, we have Power Query Stock Market. So this is the folder that has 4 files in it. When we click on OK, the first thing that it does is it shows us that there are 4 files in that folder. But if you look carefully, there is a 5th file as well, which is very interesting, right? Because when you go to the folder, you will see that we don't really have that 5th file with us. Now it is very clear. When we want to view our hidden items, you will see that there is a 5th file here. Now obviously there's a reason I put it here, because I wanted to explain to you how Power Query is able to ignore the hidden file while it is combining everything. So let us come back. We can see that there are 5 files, but at this stage, we can neither do anything nor should we bother. We simply want to click on Combine and Transform. The final step is it asks us for the sheet, which is sheet 1, since we only have one sheet in all our workbooks, and I click on OK. New window will open up. This window, everyone, is called a Power Query Editor, as you can see in the top left corner. If you look at the first column, which is source.name, it would have magically combined the data from all the 4 files into a single data set. So this, everyone, was an introduction to the data set that we're working with, and the fact that just in a few clicks, we managed to combine everything. In the next lecture, we will see how this combine from folder works. So what are the steps that were involved in it, and how is Power Query working behind the scene? Hi everyone. In the last lecture, we saw a dataset, which was a folder with 4 files in it. And what we did in a few clicks was to combine the data from all the 4 files into a single dataset. In this lecture, we want to go back to Power Query and understand how did this even work? How did Power Query manage to combine all the data set? Now, the interface might be very new and very different. And keep in mind that this might look a little bit like an Excel spreadsheet, but it is not. So even the right clicks and the options that you get are very different. The ribbon that you have at the top is very different to Excel. The formula here is very different. Then you have these queries on the left and the properties on the right, and the applied steps on the right as well. Now let's go through it step by step. On the left side, we have something called helper queries, where we have a parameter, which is a parameter 1, that is a sample file. Now, if you notice here, this is a sample file, which means that this is the sample that Power Query is going to pick up out of the 4 files that have been given to us, which means that here, if you notice in the sample file, which sample file are we selecting? We are selecting, if I look at the source tells us the complete path. So this is all M language that we are looking at. So this is folder.files. It tells us there are 5 files. And in the next step, it tells us in navigation that we are selecting source 0. That basically means we are selecting the first file in that folder, which is 001. Now, if I select 00, which is the second file, that would be index number 1. You notice it gives me 002. That is what this is supposed to do. This is the sample file that it is selecting. By default, it always selects the first file in that folder, which doesn't really matter because all the 4 files have exactly the same template. Now, so far we have got the sample file, but we haven't taken the data from that file, right? So now we go to transform file, and here you notice that if you expand the formula bar, you can see that this is an inbuilt, or rather an automatic formula that has been written, which is telling us that from the source, which is my excel.workbook, parameter 1, what did I pick? Which of the files did I pick? I picked up the first file, which is 001, and the item that I picked was sheet 1, which was a sheet. It could also have been a table, so that's why I'm saying that it is a sheet. Then it is using let and in. So basically, these are the steps that I'm creating, and this is the result that we're getting called promoted headers. So that means the last step that we created is giving us all the data. Now, one question people have is that, Havish, where is the data? Why can't I see it? Because it says that the data has been picked up, but you can't see it, right? So you will understand that in a few minutes. Also, if you're not able to see the formula bar, which I did not mention, just click on view and select the formula bar. Sometimes it is hidden by default, so you might have to enable it one time. So just work with me for the next few minutes, and I promise you that everything will make sense. So you notice that we have a parameter which we had to select for the sample file. The sample file that we chose was the first file, 001, and then we did this function to pick the data. And now if you look at this transform sample file, this everybody is the data which is there. So if I go to the source, it's excel.workbook. In the navigation, it says item is sheet 1, kind is sheet, and then it says promoted headers. So basically, this is the result it is given to us. Now, if you scroll down, it's only giving you till 100, isn't it? That means that only the sample file has been taken and the data has been extracted from it. But now if I come to the other queries, and now if you look at the right side, there are these applied steps. Let's go through them. The source, we have folder.files, which is fairly straightforward. So basically, this is the folder from which we picked all the files. The next step says table.select rows. That means in the previous step, we had 5 rows with us. That would be 001, 2, 3, 4, and this financial year text. But we did not want the hidden file to get picked up, right? That is why the next step says that we are selecting the rows from the table from the previous step, but it should be not equal to true. That means it should not be a hidden file. It should only be a visible file. Now, so far we only have details about the file, the extension, name, metadata like accessed, modified, created date, and then we have the folder path. In the next step, we are creating a new function, which is table.add column. And here we are saying transform file, which is the name of the column, and each transform file content. Now, I hope you're able to link it. This is what we are doing here. We are basically doing transform file, not just for one of the files, which is the sample file, but we're doing it for each of the 4 files. Good. So far, we have come to this step, and you can even see it in the preview window below. We have the data with us. In the next step, we are renaming it. That means I renamed my name to my source.name. That means this column that was originally the name of the file, we are renaming it to source.name. And now I want to delete everything else. That means I only want to select my source.name and my data, which is in transform file. So if you look here, we are saying table.select column. So we are selecting only source.name and transform file. We are removing everything else. And now we can expand it so we can see the data. And the final step is that right now the data type is not defined. So we don't know what is the date and what is the number and what is the text. In the final step, it is also applying table.transform column types, where you can see all the steps that have been applied. So each column has been assigned a data type. Obviously, you can change it manually later if you want to. If you would like to see all these steps together, then you can click on Advanced Editor. And in Advanced Editor, you can see all the steps like this. Now remember, this is not a programming language. So unlike a programming language which will have jumps and loops in it, it can't do that. This is not like that. You have to first give it all the steps and then you say, this is the result that we want. So it's like a query which is going step by step, but it's a very, very powerful tool. It's sort of like a middle ground between Excel and SQL. It's much more powerful than what Excel can do. It is not as complex as SQL. So it offers something for every type of user. Yes, it is not something you can learn in one day. For example, I've been working on this for 2.5 years now, but it's a fantastic tool and more organizations are working on it. And because it's a much simpler way of automating tasks compared to VBA, and in finance, VBA is very important. That is the reason Power Query is growing so quickly and a lot of people in finance are adopting it. So make sure to watch this video a few times just to make sure the entire process is clear. Now do remember that you don't actually need to remember all these things or even understand it, because why would you? As long as you know that there is an option called get data from a folder, you can get the result. But it is still good to know how it is working, because as an advanced user, if you would like to tweak something or make changes somewhere or debug it, then it is important to understand how everything is flowing. But you don't need to write all of these things. I have never written these formulas myself. At most, I have only modified the formulas a little bit. In the next lecture, we will look at some common operations that we perform, which is how to get a day, how to make conditional column, how to create calculated column, how to create column from examples, and things like that. I will see you in the next lecture. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at how we can use Power Query to extract parts of a date given to us. So let's come to Power Query. We have a date column and it gives us the date in a DDMM YYYY format. So we have 0207-2020. From this date column, we would like to extract different parts. So we can go to either add column or we can go to transform column. The difference is that in transform, it will overwrite the new values, and in add column, it is going to create a new column. So I want to select this add column. And then in date, you can see we have different options given here. So we have age. So it tells us the number of days since that date. Let me delete the last step, come back. Like this, you have different options given. So we have the year, start of year, end of year. Then we have the month, start of month, end of month, days in month, name of month, quarter of year, start and end of quarter, week of year, month, start of week, end of week. And for the day, we have day, day of week, year, start of day, end of day, and the name of day. And this is very smart. So something like the end of the quarter, to do this in Excel would have been quite difficult because you have to build a formula for this. There is nothing inbuilt that can do this. But here you have a function called date.end of quarter, which directly gives you the result like this. So especially for dates that have to be taken and a part of that has to be extracted, Power Query has all these excellent options given in it. Hi everyone. Conditional column in Power Query is a little different to how you must have used it in Excel. And it is not even like programming languages, which has if, else if, and end if. It's sort of a combination of everything. So for example, let's say we have our adjusted close, and I can see that my adjusted close is ranging from 0.67 all the way up till 17.78. So maybe I want to have a baseline which is 10, and I want to see how many of these are above 10 or below 10. To do that, we will go to add column and select conditional column. I'm highlighting it for you. Add column and then conditional column. So we select adjusted close and then we say conditional column. The new column name can be called as adjusted close type. And here we will say that if our adjusted close is, and we have different operators given here. So we want to say that if it is less than 10, so less than 10, then my result will be less than 10. Otherwise, I will say more than 10. Now, a lot of you would be used to writing this double quote in Excel, but here you notice that you can actually change this output to a value, a column, or a parameter. These are more advanced options. We'll not get into detail right now. I will just click on OK. And it's very interesting because you notice that the result is going to have a double quote in it. Think about it. In Excel, we are used to putting the double quote because we want to write a text value. So let me go back to the formula here by clicking on this gear icon. Here you actually don't have to do that. You can simply write less than 10 and more than 10, and it will take a call. So if it feels that this is supposed to be a text value, it will, as you can see at the top, automatically put a double quote. So please make sure not to put the double quote manually. It's a very common mistake most of us make. Also, you must notice that there is this red color that must be coming, which tells us that 12% of the values are errors. See, the reason that is happening is because a lot of these are null values in the adjusted close. That's okay. I can remove the null values here. And now you notice we get two types of answers. So we have less than 10 and more than 10. Let us also look at the formula that has been created. It says that this is my column name, adjusted close type. This is my previous step, which is changed type, which is, remember, coming from here. And then we have this statement saying that for each single row, if the adjusted close column has a value less than 10, then the result is less than 10, else it is more than 10. Like I said, it's a little bit like Excel, it's a little bit like programming, but it's its own thing. So it's very different to everything else, but very simple to create. Hi everyone. Let us look at calculated columns. So we are back on Power Query, and let's say there is a simple calculation that we need to perform. For example, I have my open and close value here, and I would like to know the change that has happened between open and close. To do that, we click on add column and then we select custom column. In custom column, we can write a formula like the way we do it on Excel. So we will say, this is my difference between close minus open. Now, what is the formula that we are going to write? We will simply write close, and you notice that we have the option to select the column that we want. So it is only giving us adjusted close type right now. But if I write close like this, you notice we get close like this. This is a column. All the other things that you see are functions that we have. For example, if I write text, these are all functions that we have. So this is IntelliSense, which means that if you start typing a few letters, you will see all the functions available to you. So let me select close, and we will simply do minus open. It tells you there are no syntax errors. Click on OK, and it creates a new column saying each close minus open. So for each of the rows that we have, it has created a simple calculation for close minus open. Hi everyone. Let us look at column from examples. So the first thing I will do is to select my date column and extract the month and the year. So one by one, in add column, we select date, month, and then the name of the month. So we get the name of the month at the end. And then again, we select date and the day. Let's select the day and the month here, and we select the name of the day. So we have Thursday and July. But what if we want to create a specific pattern here? So for example, we want to have, for some reason, for some type of analysis, we want to combine the day and the month together, but in a specific pattern. Now, if you simply wanted to merge them, you could select merge columns from here in the add column option. That's very simple. It's like a concatenate, which means you merge the columns. It asks you what the separator is, and I can choose, let's say, a comma, and it creates a new column for me. But then I don't really have any control over it, right? What we're going to do here is to use something called column from examples. The first option that you find in add column. If any of you have worked on Flashfill on Excel, it's a little bit like that, but much more powerful. So I'm going to choose month name and day name. And in add column, we will select column from examples and from selection. The moment we do that, it is now asking us to enter some sample values so that it will create a new column for us. So I have to teach it a pattern. So if I say July dash Thursday, it repeats the same pattern for me. And if you notice, it is also creating the correct appropriate function for me. And this is fantastic because we don't have to remember the function. Column from examples will automatically write the function for us. Let's take another example. What if I write it as JUL and then I write Thursday? Now, it is not working correctly. You notice that JUL is coming in all the rows. That means that I have to give it another sample. So I will tell it this is not supposed to be JUL, it is supposed to be JUN. And the moment you give it a second sample, now if you notice, you're getting correct results. Obviously, the formula now has also become a little more longer and complex, but then you get the idea. We don't really have to do any of this because the formula can be written manually if you wanted to, but why do you need to do that when you can simply explain a pattern to it like this? Now let us say we are happy with the result. We can click on OK. We get a result like this. Now let's click on the gear icon and we can see the formula that has been created. So what are we doing here? We are saying there is a month name and there is a day name. So we're essentially taking the first three letters. So which is this text.start. So we're taking the first three letters. We are putting a space, a dash and a space. That is why we have a text.start combine like this. Again, if you try to logically look at the steps that have been written here, it will make perfect sense. Is it going to be as simple as Excel? Perhaps not, but it is definitely much more powerful than Excel, purely because Power Query gives you so many more inbuilt functions compared to what you have available on Excel. Like even if I talk specifically about the text function, you can see that. Let me just cut it for a moment. You can see that within the text function, I have so many options that have been given to me. Just look at this. After delimiter, before delimiter, clean, combine, contains, end with. It just keeps on going on and on and on. You don't really have all these options in Excel, right? In Excel, the most common text functions that we have are left, right, mid, find, length, repeat, substitute, text join, concatenate, and a few others. But here you have many, many more options available. So this is how we use column from examples. And in just a few samples, it is able to give you the data that you want. Another way of using this would be to use a number. For example, in my open, or let's say in my volume, I have numbers ranging from 100 all the way up till 22,14,000. So maybe I want to group them into buckets of 50,000. So I can select the volume column. If we go to column from examples and from selection, and here I can say that, let me simply say 0 to 50,000. It doesn't work, no problem. I'm sorry, this should actually not be 0 to 50. This should be 2 lakhs to 2,50,000. It still doesn't work because there should actually be 2,50,000 to 3 lakh. Okay. Now do you see what is happening? It is so smart. It has understood that you wanted to create bins or categories or interval sizes of 50,000 each. So it is automatically creating the interval size. So 351 is between 350 and 4. 102 is between 1 lakh and 1.5. Now the formula that has been created is quite complex and quite long. But again, the best part is that you don't really have to learn it or remember it or even copy and paste it. It all comes automatically on its own. Now, if you're a little adventurous and you say, but Havish, what will happen if I change this 50 to 30? Just as an example. Now you notice that it is creating the appropriate bins for you, right? So you have to try to break it. You have to experiment and try different things. Every time when you make a change, it might not work properly or work the way you intended it to work. It's okay. But if you are afraid of trying to make changes in Power Query, you will never really learn Power Query very well. I believe that there is a systematic way to learning it as well, but then you have to practice it. You have to explore all the possibilities. And like I said, you have to try and break things. You have to try and do different things every time. That would be the best way to learn Power Query. Of course, for the documentation, you could always go and read the documentation from the website, but the website is not going to tell you how to create formulas like this. Just like Excel, you can look at Excel functions and the description, but when it comes to writing long Excel formulas, you will still have to figure it out on your own by a process of hit and trial and relearning. It is the same way you have to learn on Power Query as well. Hi everyone, and welcome to a completely new module. So far we have covered data visualization and we have covered Power Query as well. And now let us come to DAX. DAX is an expression language. It stands for Data Analysis Expressions. And it is nothing but very similar to Excel, a library of functions and operators, which you use in Power BI for calculations. If you notice, it works not just on Power BI, but it also works on SQL Server Analysis Services and also on Power Pivot in Excel. So what you will be learning now will work on these three different tools. If you're interested, you can go through the documentation to see what it is and why it is important. But DAX has been around for a while, and both for IT professionals who work on SQL and for business intelligence users and data analysts who now need to work on Power BI, DAX is integral. Why is it that very few people use DAX on Excel if it has been there for such a long time? It's because most people don't know about it, and DAX is, while similar to Excel, not a very easy language. So it has a learning curve of its own. One is the official documentation, and we also have a website called dax.guide. And this also gives you a list of all the functions available on DAX along with explanations. For example, if I open the very first one, which is ABS, that is for absolute value, you can see that they have explained the parameter and the description, what will be the return value, and they have given some examples here. Now, yes, the examples right now might not look very simple, purely because you haven't worked with DAX so far. But then it's good because dax.guide, after you understand DAX a little bit, can be an excellent reference website for you. You can also click on try it on the dax.guide website, and this will open a companion website called dax.do. And in dax.do, again, you can see that if I go back, this measure that has been created, or this DAX expression that has been written, can be seen here as well. And you can experiment with it. For example, if I said I want to generate a series from -3 to +2, I can click on run, and I can see how the result is changing like this, from -3 to +2. Now, is DAX important? Very important. Why? For the simple reason being that when you create a dashboard and you want to do simple calculations like YOY, MTD, running total, you can't do all that because Power BI is not like an Excel spreadsheet where you can write a formula whenever and wherever you want to write it. You have to write it in a structured manner, and the engine that we are using here is called the tabular engine, because all the products by Microsoft have the tabular engine. That is how we use DAX on it. I will be sharing a few more websites with you as we continue with the module, as in when relevant. There is a lot of documentation available on the internet since DAX has been around for a really long time. But if you want to be an advanced Excel user or an advanced Power BI user, especially in finance, then DAX is integral, because simply creating visualizations is not going to be sufficient for you. Hi everyone. Let us look at a date table. Let's open Power BI first. If you remember when we covered data visualization, the first thing we did was to make a date table. And at that point, I told you that a simple calendar function is sufficient. But then now we want to do something a little more detailed because it will help us with our analysis. Before we load our data, let's quickly look at the data set that we are working with. So we are working with our let me open the right folder. Okay. So we are working with our 400k.csv dataset. And in case you want to refresh what is there, we have it as 1.7 lakh rows like this. And we have 25 columns. We have the ID, company, sector, horizon, days, amount, date by date cell, price by price cell, and then different financial ratios have been given here. It's a very nice, large, complex data set for us to work with. It's a very rich data set. The first thing I want to do is to go and get data and select text CSV, and we will select our 400k data set, and let us load it. And let me also save the file. Let's save it, and I want to call it Power BI DAX. Excellent. Now that we have done this, we want to make a date table, but like I said, I want to show you different types of date tables. If you would like to recap why a date table is important, I would suggest go back to the first module where I've explained the importance of a date table. In any case, I will tell you once again. So a date table in Power BI is a must. If you Google it, it gives you the official Microsoft documentation where it tells you that if you want to use DAX time intelligence functions, then it is a prerequisite to have a date table. And the date table should meet these criteria, which is it should be a date column, unique values, no blanks, no missing dates, and it should be a complete year, which could be Jan to December or April to March, but it has to be a complete year. And if you look at the different links opening here, there are many videos and many articles that talk about how to make a date table. So clearly it's a very important topic. What we want to do here is to click on the data view. And in the data view, we will click on new table. And I will first show you my simple date table. So my simple, or let's just call it date table 1. The simplest way of making a date table is calendar auto. What does that do? Calendar auto essentially creates a list of dates for you, but it looks through all the columns that are there in your data set and it looks at the minimum and the maximum value, which might be a good thing or a bad thing, because it's a good thing since it saves you a lot of time if you have a number of columns that have dates in them. But it's a bad thing because you have zero control over it. You can't tell it to skip a column or not to go to a specific column. None of those options are possible. But we will still let it be here. I will again click on new table and now we'll create date table 02. This is a little better because I'm creating a calendar where I can choose the minimum date, which is my date by fix, and I'm also choosing my maximum, which is my date by fix. This way I can control the dates and I can say that the min and the max should only be picked up from the date by fix column. It should not go to all the other columns that we have with us. Let's look at our third table now. So this would be date table 03. Now this is going to be a little complex and there are parts of it which you might not understand completely right now, but we will be covering these things later. So we'll be using variable, year, min, max, add columns, filter, calendar auto, and format. All of these are very simple, but then it is going to be a little long and complex. I'm just giving you a heads up. The first thing I want to do is to declare a variable for my minimum year. What is it? I will say that my year minimum from which column? From date by fix, like this. These spaces and all are optional, but this is considered to be the right convention to follow, so you should follow these guidelines. Even though you don't have to put the spaces, it's considered good practice to put the space. Then similarly, I have my variable for my max year as well, which is nothing but the max coming from here. And now that I have these two variables, I can return a result. So this would be add columns. This clearly means that I want to not create just one column, but create multiple columns. Then I want to filter my data. And for my filtering, I want to look at calendar auto, something we've already done. Now think about it. It says that it is filtering a table. Which table? The calendar auto. But there is an expression as well. That means that I want to filter the calendar auto only for dates that are between the min and the max. That means Let me quickly see if there is some mistake that I made here. Just a moment. Okay, so we have done return, add columns, filter, calendar auto. Yeah, I think it looks okay. We might have to close this here as well. All right, let's see. So it seems that I've left the comma here. So now what we want to do is, so far, if you just look at this part, we created calendar auto, that is a table, and then we filtered it by an expression saying that from the calendar auto, we just want to take the year that is greater than equal to the minimum year and less than equal to the maximum year. This way, when I create calendar year, this can be called CY and the year of my date. And then we'll create our month name, where I will format it as per MMM. And one final line is the month number, where we want to take the month from our date. Let's press enter. You can see that we are getting the result. And I think one more thing I've left here is the year coming in. Perfect. Excellent. So we are getting the result. Now let me walk you through it step by step. The first thing we did was we found out calendar auto. That means it went to every single column in my data set and it found out the complete list of dates from the first date to the very last date. But did I not want to restrict it to the dates coming in a specific column? That was my date by fix. So I said, let me find the year from my date by fix. So this is a year, let's say 2013, and this is a year, let's say 2015. So now I said that from my calendar auto, only restrict it to the dates coming in the date by fix. Why should we look at calendar auto picking dates before 13 and after 15? And finally, we said add columns. That means we are creating 3 new columns using the date. Now, this is a part that might confuse some of you. You might wonder, but Avish, what is date here? See, the moment we create calendar auto, it automatically creates a date column for us. If you look at the previous date table, you will see that it creates a date column here. So even though you can't see that date column, it is actually getting created, and that is what we are referring to. It is okay if you don't understand it 100%. It will become clearer when we look at all of these things in more detail later. But even if you understand it 50, 60%, that's great. And this is very important because this gives you an idea of how these DAX queries are written. But you know what? This is still not the one that we are going to use. I would request you to again click on new table and make a date table final. Now, where is this code? I have already given it to you in the folder. So you can find this text file called date table DAX. And if you open it, there's a very long code that has been given here. Just copy it from the second line till the end and then come back and paste it. Like I said earlier, this is going to be a little long, but don't worry about it. While there are 58 lines, this will give you a result that is fantastic. Just watch. So when I press enter, look at the result that we get. We're getting not just the date, but we're getting the date, the month index, fiscal month index, calendar month, calendar quarter, calendar year, fiscal week, fiscal quarter, fiscal year, calendar week number, weekend or working day, and the custom date. How cool is that? So for different types of analysis that you would want to do, this is absolutely fantastic. Now, if we go through the code, it should make a little bit of sense. So the inputs are my week start. So I can choose whether my week starts on Monday or on Sunday. I can also choose my fiscal start month. So if I would like to start my year on 1st April, then I choose 4. If I would like to start it on 1st January, I will choose 1. And that's it. You get the idea. Even though, strictly speaking, the 1 here will actually not work because we are assuming that you don't want to start on January. But if you want to start on July, for example, then you can make it 7 like this. And what we're doing here is we are returning the result saying calendar auto like we did earlier, and we are creating different columns here. So these are all different columns if you're creating. Some of them require a few more steps like the fiscal first day and the filter table count and the week number like this. Like I said, it's okay. You don't really have to understand everything 100% before moving forward because these are ready-made pieces of DAX code readily available on the internet. You just have to learn how to search for them online, how to copy them here, and how to make the changes, the minimum changes that are required, right? And finally, now we can click on the modeling view. And even though we have created these 3 other date tables, I'm just going to keep them on the side. We don't really need them. We just need this final table, everyone. And we will connect this to the date by fix. So if you notice, we have our date column here. Simply drag it and drop it on the date by fix. So congratulations, everyone. We have created a fantastic date table and we have also connected it to our data set. After this, we can start working on DAX queries. Hi, everyone. Now that we will start with DAX measures, let us look at the difference between a calculated column and a measure. What we want to do here is to create the average volatility. That means we want to find out the average volatility, which would be buy minus sell. So if I go to the data view and we go to our 400K data set, you will see that we have a volatility buy and sell that has been given here. And we want to find the difference here. Now, one way to do this is to be in the data view and then select new column. Now, a new column is like creating a literal column, like you do it on Excel. You're not just creating a formula, but you're actually creating a new column using a formula. So when I click on new column, it will ask me for the column name. Let's call that CC. Let's just call it M because it's going to be, oh, I'm sorry, let's call it CC because it's a calculated column. In the case of measure, we will call it M. So my calculated column here is volatility buy versus sell. And what is it equal to? I will say that it is equal to my volatility buy minus sell. Very simple. The moment you press enter, it is going to create a new column for you like this. We can also restrict the number of decimal places to 5, for example. So let's do that. Now imagine we wanted to see the average difference. I can make a card. And in this card, we will keep our calculated column and we will change it to the average. And it tells us minus 0.00801, which is great. But is this the only way to get this result? There is another way. So we are doing our volatility CC versus a measure. So let's copy and paste this. What we want to do here is I will click on new measure. Now remember, the calculated column was also a DAX expression. So is this one. But here I will write the formula like this. The difference between a measure and a calculated column is that a measure will only give you a single value, while a calculated column will literally create a column for you. So here we will write that we want to find the average volatility, right? So that would be very simple. What we want to do here is I want to write my M, which is a measure. Volatility difference is equal to the average X. Average X means that it will find the average of a set of expressions. Now, what is the expression here? First, I have to select the table, which is 400K. Like this. Then my expression here would be nothing but by minus cell. So what it is doing is it is creating by minus cell for the entire column, but it is not literally creating the column. It is being created inside the formula itself. And then once that new column is created, I'm finding the average of all those values. Let's press enter. Let's replace our calculated column with a measure. And let me just check if you have done it correctly. So we have by minus cell. Here we have by minus cell as well. Oh, I made it the price cell. Let's just fix that. It should be volatility cell, right? And let's increase the number of decimal places. So in my data label, I will make 5 decimals, and you will see that we are getting the same answer. Now, why are there 2 different ways of doing it? The best way to explain that would be to simply do a Google search. And here you can see that there is a lot of discussion around what is the difference between calculated column and measures. Which one is better, when, and how do you decide which one to use? Now, I will not get into details here, but broadly speaking, both of them are important in their own ways. Calculated columns are better when you want to literally create a column to show the working to someone, but measures are computationally better because you're not literally creating the column. So the data is not getting refreshed, the file size is not increasing, but you're still able to get the result that you want. SQL BI has a very nice article on this where they explain this in detail and tell you how do you decide between a CC and a measure. I suggest that you should definitely, it's not a very long article, you should at least read it once. Hi everyone. This lecture we will look at 2 very important functions in DAX, calculate and filter. Let's first create a problem statement. So I want to find the difference between investment types. The first thing we want to do is to make a column chart. And in this, we will keep our date from the date table final table in the axis. And then we select our investment and put that in the legend. And we finally have our amount in the values. Let's change this into a clustered column chart. Add a border and a shadow. And let's also expand it at the quarter level like this. You see that in Q4 2013, we did not have any good investments, only bad investments. Let me also add a data label like this. Now, what I would like to do here is to see the difference between the good and the bad investments. To do that, let's create a measure and we will say that my difference in my investment type is equal to calculate. So what I would like to do here is to calculate the sum of my amount, but I would like to filter this. So I don't just want to find the sum of the amount completely. We want to filter it as per a condition that it should only be in my 400K table. The investment type should only be good. Once we have done this, we can just copy this one more time and we can say it should be bad. So basically we are saying that find the total sum of amount for good investments, find the total sum of amount for bad investments, and then subtract them. And I think I forgot a parenthesis here. Okay. So we have the formula ready. Let me just copy and paste this chart one more time. And in the second one, we are going to remove my investment, and let's also remove our amount and replace that with the measure, which is my difference of investment type. So you can see that it tells us that in Q1, bad is 588, good is 835, and the difference is 24, like this, or rather 246, like this. Very cool, right? If you would also like to highlight them, you can go to conditional formatting, select data colors, and then click on this FX button, that is for conditional formatting. And in this, we can say that I would like to have a rule, and the rule is basis my measure that we have just created, which is my difference investment type, and this would be as per a number. So if the number is less than 0, or let's put it in a different way, we say that if the number is greater than or equal to, let's say minus a billion, that would be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, and billion, and it is less than 0, then I want some color on it. So I'm going to choose, let's say, a gray color, and I will add a new rule and say that if that number is greater than or equal to 0 and it is less than any large number, so I'll choose a billion again, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, and billion. We want to have a yellow color like this. Once we do that, we see that it is not working correctly. Let me just check if the numbers are correct once. Okay, so we say that if it is greater than this, oh, this should be a number here. Right. So you can see that it is giving us two colors now. And let me just make it a little narrower so that it looks visually much more appealing like this. So I can see the difference and I have colored it as well. One final tip I would like to give you, in fact, two tips. See, when you create a measure, the measure just comes as per the alphabetical list. But because we are going to create a lot of measures, it's going to be very difficult to keep all of them in one place. To do that, you go to the modeling view, select the measures that you have created. So we have our measure difference and measure volatility. And in the properties, simply add a display folder name. So we will call this my measures. This way, what happens is that when you go back to your original data, you will notice that your measures, okay, I think I did it incorrectly. Let me just do it once again. We want to select everything and hold on. I seem to have put what is my measure. Okay, there's only one thing in the measure. So let me select my volatility difference as well and put that in the measure as well. So if you notice here on the right side, these two are coming in the measures folder, which is great because now when I go back, you can see that the measures folder is separate to all the other tables and I'm able to see the measures like this. The second tip I would like to give you is that whenever you're creating a DAX expression, you can copy it and then go to DAX formatter. Now what DAX formatter does is it allows you to paste the code and in one click it formats it following the standards that it recommends. Now remember, Microsoft hasn't really given these standards And there is nothing wrong with writing the formula in one line, but then SQL BI, which is SQL BI, DAX Guide, DAX 2, DAX Formatter. So these guys, Alberto Ferrari and Marco Russo, are considered to be the gurus of DAX. They recommend that these are some standards that you should follow. So I'll copy it, come back, and paste it here. Right now, you might not really see the big difference, but then when you're working with even larger measures, this can be indispensable. So they recommend that functions should start on a new line. There should be a space before and after the parentheses, but not when there is a comma after it. So there are some conventions that they have explained here. And you can see here that the website does a wonderful job at it. Great. So we have done our measure here where we use calculate and filter function. In the previous lecture, we did calculate and filter. And now we come to yet another very important function in DAX, which is all, and a sister function called ALLSELECTED. Let's go back. I'm going to duplicate my sheet, rather my page, and let's call this my selected amount. What we want to do here is to remove the investment and the date as well, and we'll just keep our sector in this. So I'm going to select my sector and put it in the axis and maybe change it to a bar chart. We will also keep a slicer in which we will have our sector like this. Now imagine you wanted to present this data in a way that the total of all the sectors put together could be seen at any point. So if I want to add 344, 314, 287, 256 and 175, how would I do that? Because the moment it comes with an axis, it will get filtered, right? So it is breaking that total amount into 5 of these, which means that if I remove the sector, then it tells me 1.38 billion is the total. But the moment I put something in the axis, then it breaks the amount. That is the way it is supposed to work. But what if I want to bypass that? So we can create another measure, and let's call this selected. So M selected, or let's just call it M all sector total amount. And this is very simple. We want to calculate the sum of my amount. But in the filter, we will say that we use all. We want to return all the sectors, despite the fact that there is a filter within the visualization. So even though the visual has 5 sectors written in it, I still want to show the complete amount. So when I put this measure next to the values and we make this into a clustered bar chart, you will see that that 1.38 billion is coming as a constant. So despite the fact that this is the total and we have 5 sectors here, it is ignoring that filter. It is able to show you the same number everywhere. So if you notice, all basically tells Power BI that even if there is a filter applied, we want to ignore that filter. This is fantastic because it gives you a relative visual comparison of that sector against the total. But the problem is that if I only select 2 sectors, auto and bank, you notice the grand total is a little misleading because this 1.38 billion is not actually for auto and bank together. It is for all the 5 sectors put together. So we have a slight variation here. So I will select my measure. We can copy it. Let's create another measure and let's call this all selected sectors. And in this, the only difference is we write all selected. Now this means that it will ignore any filters that might have been applied inside the query, that means inside the visualization, but it will keep the filter coming from outside. The outside in this case being my slicer. Now look at the difference, everyone. If I keep my all selected as well, right now it is all 1.38, 1.38. But the moment I select only, let us say, auto, you notice that it is showing me only auto here. If I select auto and bank, now it is saying that this is auto and bank together, and this is the complete grand total for all the 5 sectors, like this. So this can also be a very good idea, because if I'm only looking at comparing auto with the grand total, then I could have used all, which is against 1.38. But if I want to compare it against the selected sectors, in this case these two, I can do that here. So calculate, filter, all are 3 very important functions in DAX, and it is almost impossible for you to work on any project with any data set where these 3 will not be used somewhere or the other. So please make sure to practice them. They're very simple, but make sure to practice it very well before moving forward. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at something quite simple. We will look at filter, which we have already done earlier. And we will also do 2 operators. One is not, and the other is in. Let's first create a problem statement. So I want to exclude 2 sectors. Let's make a table with the sector and the amount. And what I would like to do here is to make a card, and in this we only want to show, let's say, bank and auto. Now when I put my amount in it, at the moment it tells me the total number, right? So let me just change it into a none display unit so that you can see the complete number like this. Which means that if we have a slicer, and in the slicer we are selecting our sector, when I select auto or when I select bank, you notice that everything is getting filtered, which is all right. But I don't want to show the total amount. So this is my total amount, and I only want to show the amount for bank and auto separately. Let me just change the title here. So that would be, I'm not quite sure what that would be. So maybe the category label. Okay, that's not it. I think we will have to change it here itself. So let me rename it, and let's call this amount for bank and auto. But how do we do that? Because if we apply a filter, the filter will not be applied on one visual, it will be applied on all of them. Of course, there are other ways of doing it. For example, I can click on filters here and put my sector in it in the data field and only select auto and bank. That would also work, but then this is too much effort, and I want to create a measure because the measure would be reusable. This, on the other hand, is a manual approach. So let's not do this. We want to create a measure. So let's create a measure and call it include 2 sectors, right? So we are actually not doing an exclusion here. We are doing a inclusion, or maybe we can even do it the other way around. That way it will be a little more complex. Let's say we want to exclude 2 sectors, and here we will say that this is the amount, not for bank and auto, this is amount except for bank and auto. All right, that means for the other 3, FMCG, retail, and tech. So we want to find the sum of my amount. So far so good. Now in the filter, we will say that we want to filter my table, and the expression is that not sector, and then we will say in, and then in curly braces we can write bank and auto, like this. Let's see how it works. So if I put my exclude two sectors in the card, it gives me 83306. Now how do we verify this number? If I select FMCG, retail and tech, you notice we're getting the same number here, 833066750. So right now, a lot of you must be thinking, but why exactly are we doing it? See, it's not just about learning and introducing you to not in. Obviously, that was one of the reasons as well. More importantly, it is about letting you understand that you have to create a lot of these intermediary measures and calculations, which on its own might not be very handy, but then you use them in combination with other measures. Let me also go to DAX formatter so that we can paste our code and get the correct format. All right, that looks good. Let's bring it back. Excellent. So we have our measure like this. Let's also make sure to put all the new measures that we have created in the measures folder. So that they're all neatly in one place. I'm not sure why two of them got left out. Hold on. Let me select all of them and put it in measures. All right. Yeah, all the measures are together. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at how we can find out the average of the MAXX PE ratio for companies in a sector. Now this is quite a mouthful. Let us first see in Excel what is it that we want to do. So before we come to Power BI, I'm going to open my file in Excel and explain to you what we are exactly trying to do here. So here we have our data set, and I will quickly make a pivot table. So insert pivot table. We want to keep our sector in the rows, or you know what, let's keep our sector in the column and our company in the rows, and we will keep our PE ratio as the average like this. Okay, let's understand what we are exactly looking at. Now what this tells me is that if you look at tech, these are the average values for the P, but if I do a MAXX, if I say do summarize as MAXX, I'm looking at the maximum PE ratio for Apple, which is in the tech sector. So now if I look at the average of all of these numbers, that will come as 224.23, which is here. I hope that makes sense. What we are trying to do here is I am trying to find the maximum of each company in a sector. So if we look at tech, there are 6 companies in that sector, and I want to find the average of the MAXX. Now you have to do that manually, isn't it? So I will have to come here and manually write, okay, equal to average of all of these numbers, and that will give me 14.166, 114.91, 24.31, 16.837, 224.237. Now what does this number 224 even mean? It means that for all the companies in tech, this is their average maximum. So this is a 2-layered analysis that we are doing. So while pivot can give us a summarize as a MAXX very easily, To find the average, we have to end up doing it manually, right? There is no other choice. Let's keep it on the side for now. And we want to come back to our Power BI report. And I will create average for max PE ratio. Okay, very simple. We'll make a table. And in the table, we're going to keep my PE ratio and my average. Let's put this in the center. And let's add a border and a shadow as well. Perfect. And we'll also keep our sector in this. Let's interchange the position. So we have the average. But this is not what we want to see. I don't want to see the average PE. What I want to see is the average of the maximum PE. To do that, we click on new measure. And we write here, my measure is the average of max of PE ratio for sector. That means for all the companies in that sector. This would be average X. Here I want to look at values. So values will return a single column table of unique values. So when I say values of my company, it will do nothing but create a list of all the companies for me. Now for these list of companies, we want to do something, which is now this is my table, right? So the values is my table, but what is the expression I want to do on this table? I would like to calculate. So I would like to calculate the max of PE ratio. So before I press enter, think about what we are doing. We are creating a list of all the companies in the sector. Then I want to find the maximum of each one of those companies. And then I want to find the average of those max values. So let me press enter, bring the measure in our table, and you can see the result now, 14.17, 114, 24, 16, 224. If you would like to quickly verify this, you can see that these were the results that we had in Excel. Let me just zoom in. We have the same numbers, 14.7, 114.91, 24, 16, and 224. So this is very interesting. This is like a two-layered analysis, and we have managed to do this in a single formula by using AVERAGEX along with the values. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we want to compare two sectors that we have selected from a slicer, and we will be using variable, CONCATENATEX, count rows, left, right, find, length, and if. So this is going to be a slightly long formula. So far, whatever we have done, this is going to be the longest of all of them. But this is also an excellent example for all of you to see how these long formulas and measures can be built into DAX. So we will first start by creating a column chart. And in the column chart, we will select our date from the date table. So our date comes in the axis. Then we have a sector that comes in the legend. And finally, we have our amount in the values. Let's make a clustered column chart. add a border and a shadow. Now what we would like to do is to see the difference between the two selected sectors. So I'm going to call this compare two sectors. We will also make a slicer with the sector in it. Let's add a border and shadow and keep this on the left side. So let's take an example. I'm selecting auto and bank, and we're also looking at the quarter level. So what we would like to do here is to see the difference between these two sectors. So that would be the difference between 28 and 23 million, 30 and 25 million. So I'm going to copy the chart one more time. So think about what we want. I have selected two sectors here from the slicer. Which are bank and auto. And we would like to select only these two sectors to do a calculation on them. Let's create a measure. So this is M compare to selected sectors. So first I'll create a variable which is both. And in this we want to take concatenate X. What that means is that I am going to take two items from the slicer and we're going to concatenate them. So we will select the function all selected. That means it will select the two slicer items that I've selected, auto and bank. The expression is again going to be the sector itself. And the delimiter is a comma. Now, if we stop at this point, what is going to happen is it will give us auto, comma, bank. This is fairly simple, very similar to how we do this on Excel. So now we have another variable where we have to count the number of items that we have. So this is very simple. We will simply do count rows all selected, and then we have our sector. So this will tell me that there are two items and exactly two items that we have selected. Now we want to take our first item because we want to split them. And for this, we use a simple left function where we say that our text is both, where I want to find a comma in both, and then do a -1. Why are we doing a -1 again? Because it will give us auto, comma, bank, something like this. So we'll have auto, comma, bank. And what we would like here is to find the position of the space and then pick the letters to the left. Then my variable second is going to be the right from both. Now here I want to find the length of both, and from that we want to subtract the position of the comma. Once again, think about what we are doing. We have written auto, comma, bank. So we want to find the length of the entire string. Then we want to find the position of the comma that is coming here, and whatever is remaining, which is this part, this is the result that we want. Now that we have done all this, we can simply return the result where we say that first there is a conditional check. So if the count items is equal to 2, only then I want to apply the rest of my formula. So we will say calculate the sum of my amount where my sector is equal to first, and from this we will subtract calculate sum of my amount where my sector is equal to second. And in case the number of items is more than 2, then we want to give a prompt to the user saying, please select exactly 2 sectors. Let's first format it properly. So let's go to DAX formatter, format the code. Looks a lot better now. Copy it, bring it back. Okay, now let's see what will happen. Let me remove the amount from here and replace that with the measure we have created, which is my m underscore compare to selected sectors. And we can remove the legend as well. So as you can see, it is telling me that 28,229,000 minus 23,143,000 is 5.1 billion. So if we select, let's say, auto and FMCG, it gives us the result. If we select 3, it doesn't give us any result. Or if we select 1, it doesn't give us any result. So while I'm happy about the fact that it is not giving me an incorrect result, in case we have not selected exactly 2 items, I would also like to have a prompt for the user telling them that this is the issue. This is the reason you're not able to see the visualization. So for this, we can simply make a card, and in this, we'll keep the result that is coming here. So it says, please select exactly 2 sectors. Let me go to my data label and reduce the font, the text size to 20. And let us also see how we can hide the category label. Perfect. So let's keep this here. Add a border and a shadow like this. And as you can see, if I select 2 of them, it tells us the total difference and it tells us the visualization tells us the difference between the 2 sectors. If I select 3 of them, then it gives us a prompt saying, please select exactly 2 sectors. Of course, we can add the colors here as well. So let me go to format, data color and conditional formatting. And here we can say that if our compared to selected sectors is greater than or equal to any large number. So I'm going to select a billion here. So that would be 100, 1,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million and billion. And it is less than 0. Then I want one color, let's say a gray. New rule. Let me copy this. Let's change this to minus. And here we say if it is greater than 0 and it is less than 100 billion, then it should be a different color. Once we have done this, we get 2 different colors coming here. For example, if I compare tech and auto, you see that it changes quite a bit. Sometimes tech is higher, sometimes the auto is higher. One more thing we should do is to have this number disappear, because minus 26.71 million is essentially the sum of all the differences, which might not be very important to us. So in format, we can go to data label, go to conditional formatting, and we will say that there is a rule. So if my M compared to selected sectors is between minus 100 billion, minus 1 billion to plus 1 billion, then it should be a white color. What that means is that if there is a number, because we have only selected two sectors, clearly there is some number in that box. It's not showing me that number. But if I select 3, then the result is a text and it shows me the result. That makes it much more practical. Like this. What we can also do is, in format, we can try to set the background to 100% transparency. And we can try to put this overhead. And let me hide the border and the shadow. Now again, think about what we are doing. We are basically showing a number inside this, but since the text is white, you can't see it. But when you select 3 sectors, then it tells you an error saying, please select exactly 2 sectors. So let's just keep it somewhere here. And again, you can see, please select exactly 2 sectors. The only problem is that if there are any numbers coming in that area, then that white color will be visible, but there is really not much that you can do about that. So how you decide to use it, I will leave that up to you. But for now, let's keep it simple. I will just bring it back here itself. So once again, when I select 2 sectors, everything works perfectly. If I select less than that or more than that, it tells us please select exactly 2 sectors. Let's also quickly go through the formula once to make sure that we have understood everything correctly. So we selected auto and auto and FMCG. So it gave us the result as auto, comma, FMCG. But then I wanted to count how many items are there. So that would be 2. Then I said, from the left of auto FMCG, how many characters do we want? The position of the comma, but starting from the left till this point. So we only took auto. Then for the right, we did the length of the entire thing. That means we found the length of the entire string, and from that we subtracted the position of the comma. So we cancelled this part. So the remaining part is FMCG. So think of it this way. The result that we're getting here is auto, comma, FMCG. The result we're getting here is 2. Here we're getting auto, and here we're getting FMCG. The rest is fairly simple. We are saying that the sum of amount for the first one, which is auto, minus the sum of amount for the second one, which is FMCG in this case. And the if here is simply telling us that in case not exactly 2 sectors have been selected, then we want to show this error to the user. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at a time intelligence function, 2 of them as a matter of fact. We will look at dates YTD and total YTD. Let's come to our Power BI file, and I'm going to call this YTD. Let's first create a table. In this, I'm going to select my date. We will remove the day from here. We just want the year, quarter, and the month. Then I also want the amount. And let's increase the font size a little bit. Let's make it 12. Yeah, that should be okay. The next thing we want is to add a border and a shadow. And finally, create a slicer with the list of all the companies in it, like this. So what we would like to do now is to see the year till date. That means I would like to see the value from, let's say, Q1 till Q4, then it should reset, and then it should again go from Q1 to Q4, like this. So let's see how we do this. There are two ways of doing this, very simple formulas. Let's do both of them one by one. So the first one is MYTD. This is my first way of doing it. Calculate the sum of my amount, and we simply write dates YTD, and we choose the date from the date table that we have created. So remember, that was date table final date. Let's put this measure in the table, and as you can see, we are getting the YTD value. To be able to see it better, you can also make this into a matrix rather than a table, because then you have the expand button. This will make it much clearer. So if I go to my month level, you can see that October is 32 million, November is 79 because it's 32 plus 46, and till December we have done 130. So total for 2013 will be 130 million. But when we go to the next year, it resets. So 48, 92, 142, 191, 240, 293, 345, 398, 449, 502, 548, and 603. That means that it continuously keeps on adding each month's value for 2014 here. Now let's look at the other way of doing this. So I'll just copy my measure, create a new one. And here we want to say total YTD. So the total is a function which does not require you to write calculate. We can simply write total YTD, and we simply write sum of my amount, and we select our date. Let's put the measure here, and you can see that we're getting exactly the same result. There are some subtle differences between them. For now, let's say that both of them are an option, and you can use either one of them. So you can use calculate sum with dates YTD or total YTD with the sum. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we want to look at quarter over quarter change. In this, we will look at DATEADD, divide, switch, UNICHAR, and blank. So let's come to our Power BI file. Create a new page, and I'm going to call this QOQ. First, we will create a table. Let's just copy the previous one. So we have our matrix here. Let me remove my YTDs. All right. So we want to see the quarter over quarter change. Essentially, we want to find out what is the change from, let's say, let's say the first one. So from 329 to 463, what has been the change that happened? But that would be the month. If we go back one level, it tells us the quarter values. So I would like to know from 130 to 142, from 142 to 150, what has been the change that has happened. Let's increase the size. Okay, so we have the amount with us. Let's quickly create a measure. And we're going to call this the QOQ change percentage. First, we will create a variable. Let's call this previous quarter. And this is equal to calculate the sum of my amount. And we can write, there are two ways of doing this. We can either write previous quarter. This is one way of doing it. And then we can select our date from the date table. And then we can return the result, which would be divide the sum of my amount minus the previous quarter value divided by the previous quarter value. And we can also put a error handler saying base month, which means that if you're dividing something by nothing, it should tell me base month. Let's see the result now. So let's put our QOQ percentage in the matrix and convert this into a percentage as well. That would be here. And once we have done that, we can see that it tells us that the first one is the base month. Then we have shown a growth of 9.2, 5.93, 3.61, like this. And we don't need the totals right now. So let's go to format. And in the subtotals, we can hide the row subtotals. This looks better like this. Now there is this minus 100 that is coming here. Since we don't really have a value here, that's okay. If you still want to hide it, maybe you can put a error handler of some sort, which will find out if the sum of amount is 0, and then it will remove the minus 100% as well. In fact, let's do that. So I will select my measure and we will just update the formula a little bit. We say that if the sum of the amount is equal to blank, that means there's no value, then we can show the result as a blank as well. Otherwise, we want to run the calculation like this. So I hope this makes sense. We are simply saying that if the sum of amount is equal to blank, like it is happening in the case of the Q1, then we can do this. So now you notice that Q1 has been removed. It just shows us these values. Now let's also look at a slight variation to this. So one option is to do this previous quarter. I'm just going to comment this. And another way to do this would be to write not previous quarter, but write DATEADD. So DATEADD will shift your date by a specific number of intervals. So we can say that we want to shift it by -1 and we want to shift the quarter. Personally, I like this because it gives us much more flexibility. While previous quarter will always find the previous quarter, this gives you that additional level of control. As you can see, we're getting exactly the same result. Now, would it not be nice if we could also have an icon that tells us that there has been a growth or a degrowth? Now, obviously, we can do this from the conditional formatting option, but why not have even more options available to us? To do that, I'm going to go online and search for UNICHAR codes. And we can go to vertex 42. And you can see that these codes have been given here for each one of these symbols. So let's choose something exciting. So maybe I want to have a green and a red. So that would be 128,993 and 128,997. Let's come back, create a new measure, and let's call this MQOQ change icon. This is very simple. We will say switch true. Now I'm not really getting into details here as to what is switch and what is true. Think of switch as an if statement, which means that it will return different results depending on the value of the expression. And the true is just something we have to put as the first thing, which means that whenever one of these results is resulting in a true value. And we will say that our QOQ percentage change, if it is greater than 0, then I would like to use UNICHAR. Let's copy the code from here. So that would be 128994. So we would like to have 128994. Otherwise, we would like to have UNICHAR 128997, like this. And when we put this measure in the matrix, we get this result like this. Again, the problem here is that we are getting that icon for all the other quarters as well, which we would obviously not want. So we should be able to add a conditional check. So we can say that if my QOQ percentage change is equal to blank, then I want my result to be a blank as well. Otherwise, I want to use the switch that we have created. So my final result now looks like this. Pretty cool, right? And the best part is that unlike conditional formatting, you are not limited by the number of icons given to you. You can use literally anything and everything that you want. It's a very, very large list that has been given here. Hi everyone. Let us look at the amount as a running total. In this, we will be covering filter, a new function which is on or after, all selected, and MAXX. Let us create a new page. So what we want to do here is to create a simple line chart. And in the line chart, we want to keep our date. And we also want to keep our amount. And let's expand it to the month level. Now what this is doing is it is showing us a trend line so that I can see the peaks and valleys. But this is not what we want. What we would like to see is a running total, which is my lifetime amount. To do that, let's create a measure. And we want to call this amount in running total. Calculate the sum of my amount let's break this into another line. Perfect. Then we want to filter the data. So what we want to say here is that first let's select the selected dates that we have. So we will use my date, table date. And here we will say is on or after. So what this means is that first let's select our date and then let us choose the maximum date here. And let's sort it in descending order. So what this means is that the data has been sorted in descending. And when I'm looking at, let's say, the 1st of January, it will show me the sale only till the 1st of January. When I say the 10th of April, it is going to show me the sales from the 1st of January till the 10th of April. Let's press enter, bring the measure inside the chart and remove the amount. Let's also make a slicer and keep our date in it. So let us select a specific period, let's say till 13 to 15. And this, everyone, is giving you a running total like this. It's a very simple function, but if you'd still like to practice it, you can go to the date, you can go to the data view and create a new table. So this is just for your understanding. I'm calling it temp filter. First, we will select all the dates that we have. So I will select my date table date. And then we will use is on or after. Once again, the date table date. But I only want to see the date after a certain point. So if I put it as MAXX, and we put it in descending order, what it does is it shows me all the dates here. But maybe I just wanted to see the date after this point, 6th April 2030. So let me write 6th April 2030. And now you can see that it is only showing you dates till 6th April 2030. That is what we are doing. So basically, we are looking at a lifetime sale. So as the date keeps on increasing, so when it becomes 10, you're able to see the sales till the 10th. If you make it 14, then it shows you the sales till 14th. Let's delete this temporary table. So is on or after can be used with text values as well. So I will not really get into details right now, but definitely make sure to have a go at it. And if you are ever getting confused, coming back to the data view is a good idea. And in any case, just to remind you, you can always go to dax.guide. And from dax.guide, you can search for is on or after. And you can see the complete explanation has been given here in a lot of detail. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at the average YTD month-wise. Now this is going to be a measure where we don't use a lot of different functions, but the final calculation is going to be quite large. So let me first explain to you what we are trying to do. If all of you can see the result here, it is telling us that for October, my value is 32,950,000. For November, it is 4,637,0050. So that would be 46,370,000. So 396 is nothing but the average of these two. And then if I look at, let's say 474 like this, what is it doing right now? It is now giving me the average of these three. Now the interesting part here is that the average is not being shown for all the values. It is only being shown for the current year. Like I said, the formula here that we are going to write is going to look quite long, but it's actually not that difficult. It's just that there are many things that we have to do to get the result that we want. So I will first explain you step by step how to do this, and then we will combine everything into a single formula. So first, let's create a simple table. I'm going to call this average YTD month-wise. Let's remove all these other measures that we have created. So we only have the amount that is coming here. And we would also like to go to the row headers, and I will remove the stepped layout so you can see the data like this. We also don't want the subtotal, so let's go to subtotal and hide it. Perfect. Now the first thing we want to do is to find out the YTD. To do that, I'm going to write M, and since we are going to create a lot of these intermediary calculations, I'm just going to call it mtemp. So my mtemp YTD is equal to total YTD, the sum of my amount, and then we are selecting our date. Let's bring the measure inside, and we can see that this is nothing special. We have already done this earlier. It is giving us the YTD. The next thing I want to do is to find the count month. So that would be one more measure. Let's call this temp count month, and this is equal to, if the sum of my amount is equal to 0, let's make it blank. Otherwise, I want to show the total YTD distinct count of my month. So that would be my date table date dot month, and we will select our date. Let me break this into 3 lines so that all of you can see this. So the result that we are getting here is giving us 12 everywhere. So let's check what is the difference that we have to make. So we have selected the date here, but then that is not really helpful because we have to look at, like here we are looking at the month, here we have to look at the date specifically. So we will select our date here, and it tells us 10, 11, 12, 1 to 12, and so on. It is nothing but the count of the month. So it is telling me the month number like this. In case you're wondering why are we doing this if, let me remove it and let's see what happens. So if we only keep the total YTD, the problem is that you're going to get these month numbers for the other dates as well, for which there is no value that is coming. And that's the reason we have to use this condition saying that if the amount is equal to 0, then show me a blank value. The next thing we want to do is to simply find the average. That would be nothing but my temp average. So we are dividing the measures by each other. So my temp YTD divided by my temp count month. And my average will come here, and it tells us, let me also change this into 0 decimals. Perfect. So it tells us the average like this. So 32950500 divided by 10 divided by 11, so on and so forth. But this doesn't really make sense, right? Because I don't want to divide this value by 10 because it's the first month of the year. So it should actually be dividing it only by 1. For the month of November, it should be divided the YTD by 2 because it's the second month of the year. And for this, it will be dividing it by 3. Now, this part is working properly because it's a complete year. But where it's not a complete year, we don't get the correct result. So ideally, it should be 1 to 3, then 1 to 12, and 1 to 12. And for that, we will have to do something new now. I will first have to find the temp min. So we're going to write this as m temp min. And we say that total YTD min x. I will select my date table, the temp count month, and then we have our date table date. So what does it do? When you see the result, you will understand. The min is going to basically show me the minimum month number. That means for 2013, the minimum month number is 10. For 2014, obviously it is 1, and 15 it is 1. But then this is what we were interested in. To find which is the year where the minimum month number is not equal to 1, that means the year is not starting on January. It is starting on a different month. Now using this, we can find the temp count month new. So we will say, let's again find the count month new. And here we will simply say that if the temp min is equal to 1, then I will say that first we obviously have to check for the blank value. So if the sum of amount is equal to 0, then we will put a blank here. Otherwise, we will have total YTD, distinct count. I have my date table month. Let me break this into a different line. And we select our date. Otherwise, we want to use another if where I can just copy the entire thing. But this time the difference will be that when we do the distinct count, I will want to subtract my temp min from this and then do a +1. So think about what we are doing. If I drag this inside the table, now you will see that it is giving me 1. And why is it 1? Because in our formula, we have written the month minus the temp min plus 1. That means we're essentially looking at 10 minus 10 plus 1. And that's why it is giving us 1, 2, and 3. Because if you look at the count month, it's 10, 11, 12. And we're getting 1, 2, and 3. For the rest of the years, there is no difference because we were already starting at 1. So basically 1 minus 1 plus 1, 2 minus 1 plus 1 will give us the same result. And the final thing we want to do is to find the new average. So we have our temp new average, which is nothing but my YTD divided by my temp count month new. So once we divide our 329,505.00 by 1, it is going to give us what we wanted, which is 32,950,000. So if you look here, this is 329 divided by 1. Then we have 793 divided by 2. Then we have 130 divided by 3. But then again, we have 489 divided by 1, 926 divided by 2, like this, which is exactly what we wanted. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at ranking of the PE ratio. We are going to use a new function which is HASONEFILTER and another function called RANKX. So let's create a new page and call this the rank of PE. First, we will make a table where we have our company, the sector before that, and we will also keep our average PE ratio. Let's add a border and shadow, and let's keep our average PE ratio. Perfect. The next thing we want to do is to create two slicers. So we have one slicer for our sector and one for the company. So let's keep the second one for the company. And let's keep the first one for the sector. All right. Now we want to rank everything. To do that, we have to create a measure, and we will click on new measure, and let's call this M company rank, which is equal to RANKX all company, and here we have to select the average PE ratio. Now something you have to keep in mind is that if you do an average of the PE ratio like this and you keep the order as descending, interestingly this will not work. You notice it gives you the same rank everywhere. For this you have to create a new measure first. So we have to say M average PE, and we simply have to write average of PE ratio. Now that we have created a measure, rather than writing average PE ratio like this, we have to select the measure from here. That would be my average PE. This is the only way that it will work in the rank, as you can see. Now this is great. So what we are looking at right now is a list of all the sectors. Let me sort it. So for auto, we have 5 companies coming here along with the PE ratio, and we have the rank as well. But if I select auto from here, you notice it gives me the original rank, which is okay. But what if I only select, let's say, 2 companies? Now it is showing me 1 and 5. That means it is showing me the original rank, but we don't want to see that. We want to see the rank of General Motors and Tesla only for the visible items. So I would like to see a 1 and a 2, not a 1 and a 5. The other problem we have is that it is showing a 5 at the end. So in this case, it is showing a 4 at the end. That doesn't really make any sense. So we will have to use a condition here saying that if has one filter, that means that if there is a filter applied to the company, only then we want to run this calculation. So on all the rows, the calculation will be run, but not on the total since there is no filter applied there. So this time you notice it does not show that 4 at the end. Now we can copy this and create one more measure, and let's call this rank selected. The only difference is that this time we say rather than all, we are going to write all selected, and this means that right now both the measures are giving us the same results. So we have 4, 1, 3, 2, 5. But if in auto we are only selecting GM and Tesla, for example, it shows us 1 and 2, right? So now it's showing us 1, 2, 3, not the original rank of 1, 2, and 5. So both of these are important, and this is a good practice for the difference between all and all selected. So what we have learned here is one is has one filter, the other is the RANKX function. Hi everyone. In this lecture, we will look at top N companies, and we want to use MAXX and has one value. Let's create a new page, and we will call this top N company. Let's make a table first. So in our table, we have the company, then we have the amount, and we want to have a control so that the user can decide how many companies they would like to see. So for example, the top 3 or the top 5. For this, we will first create a new table. So we can click on enter data. And here we're going to call it number. And then this is top N. Below that, we have 3 and 5 and 10. Here we have top N 3, we have top N 5, and finally we have top N 10. Let's load this. In the data view, I would also like to change the name of that table. So on the left side, on the right side, you can see that we can rename this, and I'm going to call this my top N table. And this is what we are going to use for a slicer. So let's make a slicer and keep our top N inside the slicer like this. Perfect. The next thing we want to do is to create the rank. So first we need to find a measure for the sum of amount. So we will say M sum of amount, which is nothing but the sum of my amount. Now that we have created that, we can create one more measure, and I'm going to call this M top rank, which is equal to, just like in the last example we do if has one filter on the company. Then we want to do a RANKX, select all the companies, and then use the sum amount that we just created. And this measure, let me put this in the table. So we have our top rank. This is going to give us ranks from 1 to 25. Obviously, you have to sort your data before that. Now, I would only like to highlight, let's say, the top 5. So if the user selects top 5, only the top 5 will come. If the user says top 3, only the top 3 should come. Let's see how we do that. So I am going to create one more measure. And here we will say that this is my top N, which has been selected. So let's create a variable. Let's just call this myVal. And we will say that if has one value, that means that I just want to choose one value from the slicer that we have created. which would be my top n. So if the user is only selecting one value, then what should happen? I want to create a list of all the values from the table to get the number. We will come back and understand this in more detail. Otherwise, we will look at the maximum values company from my rank that we have created. And let's return the result, which would be if my rank is less than or equal to my val, then I want to show the sum of amount. We can even write sum amount here. Let's first see if it is working or not, and then I will explain to you what we are trying to do. So when I put my top n selected, you can see that it is only highlighting a few of these. So if I say nothing selected, it highlights nothing. If I say top 3, then it is only highlighting the top 3 here. I think there's a small mistake that we have made here. Let me just check that. So we want to change this to the top rank, and this will also become my top rank. Okay, let's see. So right now it does not select anything in particular. It shows me all the values. But if I say top 3 or top 5 or top 10, you can see that only those values are getting highlighted. The reason these blanks are coming is because the amount in the top rank has been shown. But if you remove that, let me just copy and paste this one more time. Let's remove the amount and the top rank. Now you notice that we have a result like this: top 3, top 5, and top 10. So we have essentially created a dynamic table. And of course, this can be converted to a visualization as well if you want. Hi everyone. Let us look at a Pareto percentage. So we want to find the Pareto percentage amount for the company. We will be using TOPN, HASONEFILTER, RANKX, all, and divide. We've already done these things earlier, but we have to combine them in a specific manner. So let's create our Pareto. First, we need a table, which I'm going to copy and paste. Let's remove everything. To find the Pareto rank, I can simply create a new measure. Let's call this my Pareto rank. This is equal to if has one filter on the company. Then I wanted to rank X all company, and then we have the sum of amount like this. The Pareto rank is simply the rank like this. Now we want to create the running total, so that would be Pareto running total. This would be calculate the sum of amount, but only for the top n values. And what is the top n value? That is my Pareto rank, all company, and the order by expression is again the sum amount. What this means is that if you notice, the first value is 5979, but the second value is 1194, which is the addition of the first two values. And the last value obviously is going to be the grand total. That is the purpose of using the top n. For example, till the 10th, this is nothing but the sum of the first 10 values. If I say till the 14th, this is the sum of the first 14 values. So we are getting somewhere. The final thing we have to do is to find out the Pareto percentage. That would be Pareto percentage, and that is equal to divide my running total by the sum of amount for all the companies. So essentially, I'm dividing the first value by the grand total, the second value by the grand total, like that. And when we put this here, we get the result like this. Let's convert this into a percentage as well. Now the table has been created just for your understanding, but it would be a good idea to create a line and column chart here like this. So I'm going to keep my amount and my Pareto percentage. That would be in the line value. And we will also keep our company in the shade axis. So that this is how our result looks right now. Let's also create a slicer for our investment type. And you can see that if I select my bad or my good investments, it tells us the Pareto percentage like this.